but I didn't get no work for it.
Yeah, and can you pop the camera out? The IT woman was sitting there and she didn't want to be on the screen, so she.
It's not on.
It's not. Oh.
Yes.
Oh yeah, there's only one. Okay.
One didn't have the worst.
I'll do more.
He's like 8 or 9. I think he's like 8 or 9 though. Like the other girl only had like 3. Is that the metric? Is it that was the easy situation? That person you can get out. Easiest to wear trolley. Is that going to take them over over here? Yeah, but then he literally said the jail was out 6 or 7 months ago. He's not in jail. He's out, so that's why I'm from your ladies. Which one? At least you picked him in the game. Let me see, because I don't think.
Keep going on.
Oh, yeah, no, I didn't.
Yeah, let's say you cut it on and off.
The ladies.
So just right now it is?
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, maybe that's it.
Working there. It has a light, it's not like it's the one really out. I'll get everybody gets together, so I was doing kind of my calendar off. So not have the information or anything.
Is it on now?
It's restarting.
Oh, that's why it's not finding it. Okay.
It's back on now, Judge.
Thank you. Let's see if we can get to work. Excellent. Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. Today's my youngest son's birthday. Happy birthday. It's his golden birthday. He's turning 15 on the 15th.
Wow, happy birthday.
Go Roscoe. He and I spent about 9 hours yesterday in the bustling metropolis of Temple, Georgia. If you've never been there, it's near Carrollton, 19 miles inside the border from Alabama, at a baseball tournament. So there you go. Happy early birthday, Roscoe. Zaxby's and Bojangles were the two choices. Hey, my gosh, a little reunion. How are you?
I'm doing all right.
It's great to see you.
Good to see you too, Judge.
He asked if he could.
That's coming out part of this.
No, that's okay. He asked if he could drive to school today. That's not how it works. Got to get your permit first. So we have a final plea calendar. It doesn't look like there's a whole lot going on in court. You ready to roll, Ms. Rios?
Yes.
All right, so we've got a final plea calendar. Every case on the final plea calendar is also on the October trial calendar. So if you do not resolve your case today, then your case will appear on the October trial calendar, which, if anyone is taking notes, is called on October 16th and runs the week of October 20th. So it's a 1-week calendar. We call it Thursday, the 16th. So 10/16 is when we will see each other again if we don't resolve our case today. Position 1 is Mr. Hassan. I don't recognize the attorney name. Is that a PD case or?
Good morning, Judge. It is a.
Oh, no, there's Mr. Crumby. There he is.
Good morning, sir.
Excellent. There he is. And there is Ms. Willingham and there is Mr. Hassan. Fantastic. Good morning, Mr. Crumby. How are you?
I'm great, sir. How are you?
I'm well. Thank you for joining us. So what we do with the final pleas, I don't think you and I have had one before. It's nothing unique to my division, but I'm going to make sure that Ms. Willingham has provided all the discovery she thinks she's got, see what the offer is, and then you'll let me know if we're going forward with that today or not, okay? Unless you guys have some other announcement.
We do, Judge. I actually just sent over a proposed order. The state is going to be non-processing this case.
Well, then we don't need to jump through all those other things. So Mr. Hassan, null pros is secret code for dismiss or make go away. So that's a good request from the state. They must have looked at things a second or third time and concluded, probably influenced by your lawyer, that this is a case that didn't merit further prosecution. Mr. Crumby, any questions about any of that?
No, Your Honor. We will be submitting a motion to restrict and seal his records.
Okay. If you want to run that by Ms. Willingham so she can say no objection, then I'll know that I don't need to wait for a response from the state and I can move forward with that. But I'll certainly move forward with the null pros. So at a minimum, we get the charge dismissed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Hassan, do you have any questions about anything we discussed?
No, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, well, thank Ms. Willingham for being conscientious and looking at this, and certainly thank Mr. Crumby. I'll look for, so Ms. Willingham, you'll get that. You said you are going to submit it? I don't see it in my inbox.
I just sent it, but I took you off the email chain, Judge, because we were starting court. But I did send it to Ms. Nelson and CC'd Mr. Crumby on it.
Perfect. That'll do it. All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Crumby. You and your client are free to go.
Outstanding. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Ms. Willingham. And Judge, that concludes my business. May I be excused?
Yes, ma'am. Have a great week.
You too.
Judge, I sent you that email.
Okay. Excellent. There it is. Good. Okay. Next up is Julian Terry. And I think fellow Rainford is handling all of Ms. Wood's matters.
Because just this one, so.
Well, it'd be all of them. Do you have third year Practice Act blessings? That carries over to, you're not even a third year anymore.
I have my provisional license.
Excellent. Okay. Ms. Rainford, do you believe you've got all the discovery in the case?
Not yet. So when I spoke with Ms. Wood, she said there's still not an offer yet. And she also relayed to me that she had a conversation with Mr. Terry and let him know that there was no offer on the table yet. And so we're just gonna ask that you please keep it on the trial calendar and reserve the final rights.
Where is Mr. Terry?
Not sure. Just him and see, we'll give him a call.
Okay. Let's have him appear in one format or another, in person or on the call. This is an appearance calendar. So if you could reach out to him. But in terms of discovery, that's different from an offer. And there's a moving piece here in that Mr. Tevis's client has a motion that I haven't ruled on. And that will dictate the flow, at least for Mr. Adams. But Mr. Terry didn't join in that motion. So I was curious if you had discovery concerns, if there's something that the state owed the defense other than an offer. You've got crime labs back. I mean, I think it was meth, whatever was in the bag that was maybe on the top of the car briefly and went in the car. It was meth, or it was something you weren't supposed to have.
Yes, it was meth, Judge. It's
Okay.
about 197 grams. I did speak with Attorney Wood on Thursday. I did email her an offer on Thursday as well. I think I might have seen Ms. Rios on it. So she has
Okay.
an offer. It's the same offer as Mr. Adams.
Okay. You're not aware of any discovery issues?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So you all should try to track Mr. Terry down.
I'm gonna give him a call right now.
Great.
The last email that Ms. Wood said did say that he wanted to be here today, so I'm not sure if something happened.
I want him to be here too. So
I'll
there we
give him
go.
a call and see.
Okay. Yeah, check in with him. And at a minimum, you all can share with him the offer. It sounds like Ms. Rios ought to have it somewhere in her inbox. And that way he can start marinating on that. And then we'll close the loop, assuming he appears either virtually or in person after we talk about Mr. Adams's case. Okay, you're welcome. Hello, Mr. Tevis. Same question. Where's your client?
You should be on Zoom. Here he is.
Is he iPhone?
Yes.
He is iPhone. All right, let's get him on there. There he is. Whoops, spinning around. Yeah. Oh. And then there's the podium. Mr. Tevis, same set of questions. Do you feel like you've got all the discovery?
You know, if you recall the hearing, we learned that there was a DVR taken from the location that I have video that we'd be interested in. There were cell phone dumps that we don't have. There was, the officer testified that they had, as part of a previous operation, a known date and time earlier in the month, but that they would have had tactical reports about what they were doing. And we haven't received anything news.
So this case has a federal component to it?
It did, it was a joint task force, so
Right.
I understand, you know, maybe the state has checked into it or not, whether we can get information from the federal component or not, but aside from that, there were.
The cell phones and the DVR were all, local law enforcement was responsible for that.
Yes.
As best you're remembering, or that's what the detective or whoever it was said.
That's what he testified.
The stuff from before the previous operation could well have been something that was HIDA or DEA, or I think it was FBI for some reason, which
But
not their
he
lane.
did say that he had that report and would be able to get it.
Okay,
So as far as the tactical report, yes, as far as, you know, we still have kind of we did a motion to reveal the informant, that may be FBI side, maybe the state can speak to that.
okay, all right. What is the update, Ms. Davis, on getting that additional information?
When I did speak briefly with the South Fulton officer, he indicated they don't really share their tech reports. However, I did request through my investigator all the things that were mentioned in the motion. I have not received any new items yet. Sometimes South Fulton can be tricky. But as soon as I do get them, of course, I will share them with Mr. Tevis. But I don't have any new documents. I don't have any new videos. I have nothing new.
And it's two motions. There was the motion to suppress and then the motion to reveal.
Correct.
Okay,
And I'm sure the court has copious notes. The motion to suppress was kind of multi-component. And then after the hearing, maybe we were less concerned about statements because the evidence was nobody was eliciting statements from him and that maybe wasn't recorded anyway.
Right.
Even though they did ride to jail together, but we definitely have a Fourth Amendment issue, possibly regarding, depending on when the court finds that they were seized. Either it could be immediately with the drugs, or if not, then it's a search warrant regarding the firearm that was found in the vehicle. Or lack thereof.
right. And I do have notes. Okay, so I need to rule on those, and the state needs to follow up on getting what I'm gonna call the digital evidence. The DVR would have been footage of what was it, chicken place?
Yes.
Inside the chicken place or outside, or who knows, because we don't have it.
Yeah.
Just
Okay.
put the whole device, we don't know what it shows.
Okay.
Although that was related to some other kind of drug bust that happened.
Yeah, I thought there was like a marijuana deal that Mr. Terry was allegedly connected with, not Mr. Adams. He went in and one of the chicken guys was dealing
Yes.
supposedly. Okay, all right. we don't normally hand over our tactical reports. It may be that what they need to do is you need to get it to me so I can review it and say, oh yeah, this would all be secure. Like, here's how we keep ourselves safe. And it's not, what we heard from the CI was X, Y, or Z. And I'm happy to do an in-camera review to then say, I believe this one page needs to be disclosed or none of it does. And then you can let South Fulton know none of it's going to be disclosed, but I can seal it and make it part of the record. Or I think this part needs to, and then if they need to come in here and argue why it shouldn't, we can certainly hear about that. But they do need to get it to you and you to me rather than say, we don't hand those over. So if you could via email, get Mr. Tevis and me and Ms. Nelson an update as to when South Fulton wants to get with it. That would be super. So I'm going to keep the two cases, meaning the co-defendants, one case, the two defendants on the October trial calendar. Obviously, final plea rights are preserved. And it's just a question of how quickly I can get to ruling on the motions, because you need those answers before you can make a more informed decision about what to do about sorting the case out. And then we need to get that additional discovery so that everyone has all the information. Anything else, Mr. Tevis?
Something brief from the court's minute, but we want to approach on.
Related to this case?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Ms. Rainford was trying to track down Mr. Terry. Ms. Rios, is that what she's doing? Okay. All right. Well, why don't we talk briefly, because I think this is your only case, and then you're going to want to be on your way.
I have a freedom downstairs.
Well, don't want to hold you from that. Hey, do you need Mr. Adams anymore? He just walked away from.
Mr. Adams.
All right.
And we don't have to be in the hallway, state, and I can just approach the bench. We discussed something previously.
Okay, and I'm sure you'll remind me when you get up here. Mr. Adams, do you have any questions about anything we discussed?
No, sir.
Okay, all right. Well, you remain on bond, subject to whatever those conditions were, and Mr. Tevis will keep you posted about what's happening next, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, take care.
Judge, I was gonna make a
Oh,
statement.
hold on,
before-
sit tight.
And I just want to triple check his bond conditions, but I just want to make sure he understands. I believe he's not supposed to have any contact with the co-defendant.
Mr.
And-
Terry,
Yes.
okay.
I believe there was some contact at that motion hearing. I believe Mr. Terry was present.
Oh, yeah, they were sitting together.
Yes.
Yeah,
So I just wanted to make sure for the record, he understands that those bond conditions are still in place
okay.
and that does not rule valid a motion to revoke bond.
Okay, well, let me pull up the case. So we are looking at the bond. Mr. Adams the third. So, Mr. Adams, were you able to hear what Ms. Davis said?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I've got your bond on the screen here, and the main condition, of course, is come to court when you're supposed to, and you've done that. You are to have no weapons, stay away from this address on Roosevelt Highway in South Fulton, and no contact with Mr. Terry. You can be in the courtroom at the same time if your case is happening, but really you guys shouldn't sit next to each other, shouldn't be leaving the courtroom together, riding to the courtroom together. If there's something that you really need to share with Mr. Terry, that needs to be lawyer to lawyer. In other words, Mr. Tevis would talk with Ms. Wood, who is Mr. Terry's lawyer, but otherwise you two ought not to be associating in any way. Is that, I don't know if you guys run a business or something. Is it problematic for you to have no contact with Mr. Terry?
No, sir. No, not at all.
Okay. All right. Anything else, Ms. Davis, before I let Mr. Adams go?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. You're good to go, Mr. Adams.
All right, thank you.
Sure. Just go out in the hallway?
Sure.
Any luck, Ms. Rainford?
No, I texted him and called him and got the voicemail.
Okay.
So,
Well, we got a little bit. We'll see if he shows up. That might resolve this.
It's a Jordan, also working on. Oh, yeah. Cause I was about service. Like, I wouldn't get out here, work around. Yeah, that's your money. Yeah. I had to learn the hard way, cause I thought, being honest, I would always have my book bag. But then when my weight got heavy, I was like, oh no, I gotta roll this back.
And the one point I was there was some back issues, and my doctor told me that I was like, I mentioned, that I do carry a backpack, and he was like, yeah, you need to stop carrying your backpack on your back.
Yeah.
He said they're not good.
Especially locally.
Yeah.
Thank you for reminding me.
Yeah. I didn't think him.
Is he back?
He usually. See, I see him regularly, and I don't know if he's back ever. He's gonna leave.
Oh, there's that.
He was just trying.
Yeah, he would. Well, he was promotions. I saw him.
But he was doing work.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll show you. Yeah, appreciate it.
Hey.
Essentially, about 5 and 6. Good.
Hold on one second. Let me get there.
Judge, conclude my business.
Adios. I don't have an email from you.
Oh, I just sent it.
Just sent it, like 30 seconds ago. It will get there. About 5 and 6, 2 different cases?
Oh, I'm at 4 and 5.
4 and 5. So Deputy Gordon, I don't know that, who's in custody? We're at the end. Okay, all right. So next up is Jaquan Folk. Is Mr. Folk here? Oh, here, it just came through. Yes, and Deputy Gordon had flagged that might be the case.
Okay.
So Ms. Cabrera is down in 1C, probably taking a plea, but Mr. Folk is not here, maybe because of the information you have. Ms. Davis, bench warrant for positions 4 and 5, if he's not here, or is that they're your cases? Okay.
Yes, correct. They're my cases. I did extend final plea offers on Friday to Ms. Cabrera. But yes, we moved for a bench warrant.
Okay.
11 is what.
Yes, 11 and 13. He's got 2. I'm assuming.
Okay, yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Moving along. Lorenzo Gutierrez.
Turner, that's my case.
Hey, is Mr. Cazzoli? I think that's a
I want to say that's a
public defender, so it's Ms. Rios. We'll wait for her to come back in. So Ms. Davis, position 7, 9, and 10. Ms. Kurt is in trial, or is on a trial calendar, and so reported to that. In some other jurisdictions, she reached out and was excused. Assuming discovery's been provided, this would just move to the trial calendar, but preserve final plea rights.
Yes, and I did speak with Ms. Kurt on Friday, so she has an offer.
Good.
She did ask if it could be reset to a final plea calendar, so we could work it out, but
Yeah, so you can certainly still work it out. It'll just be off the trial calendar. But given these charges and the age, the indictments are new, but I'm just looking at the booking number. It's all conduct from 2023. So he was excused, so no bench warrant for him. Mr. Martin will be on that October trial calendar. And between now and then, if you guys sort something out, great. Otherwise, we'll see him and Ms. Kurt on the 16th. So further notice trial. Kevin Bonilla Garcia. Hello, sir. Your lawyer is Michael Wallace.
Yes, close.
Do you know where he is?
Judge, we're holding for his report.
Got it.
No.
He will be here. He's running a little late. So you can sit back down. Ms. Clark, have you had communications with Mr. Wallace?
No, Your Honor, I have not, but I intend on referring this case to the Family First program.
Okay. You just haven't had a chance to talk to Mr. Wallace about that. Well, when he gets here.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, when he gets here, either virtually or in person, you all can talk about that.
Okay.
Is that a program that if you refer it, the person is in, or it's like the adult diversion your office has where you refer it, but there's some screening team and they say no sometimes?
There's a screening team with this one, but the director normally takes the recommendations of the prosecutors.
Okay, and Families First is an internal DA program?
It's an internal DA program. And what I intend on speaking with his attorney about is if he completes this particular program, providing him a reduced charge.
Oh, so it's not like the diversion program where if you get through it, the state dismisses the case, you could do Families First and still go to trial?
You could go to trial, or I could, so you can do a conditional similar to diversion if you wanted to, but just based off of the nature of the injuries, I wouldn't necessarily feel comfortable with just a straight dismissal, even if he did complete. I would be comfortable bringing it down to a misdemeanor.
So would it be a plea into this, or complete the program first, put the case on judicial hold while he's in the program? If he successfully completes it, reopen the case and plead to a misdemeanor?
Mm-hmm.
It's the latter?
Or what I have done is the person can plead to the misdemeanor charge, and
once they finish the program, probation can end?
The probation terminates.
Okay.
I prefer to kind of do it like that, so it kind of takes it off of everybody's plate.
Good, I share that view. All right, we're gonna go back a little bit. Ms. Rios, do you have position 6?
Yes, Your Honor. I have not had contact with Mr. Meredith.
Since, I assume at some point he was in court it made it to final plea, but since early contact?
He was on Zoom and.
Got it, and since then, nothing? Okay. Bench warrant, Ms. Clark?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Hey, Mr. Wallace, we were just talking about your client. Ms. Clark wants to chat with you. If you don't have any other cases, Ms. Clark, why don't you and Mr. Wallace step outside, talk about what we just discussed, and then we'll reconvene. Thank you for being here. That gets us to position 11, Olajuwon Gates.
I have not had contact with Lisa recently.
All right. Ms. Davis, bench warrant for Mr. Gates?
Yes, Judge.
Oh.
Both 11 and 13.
Yeah, okay. Alton Jordan. There he is. Hey, Mr. Jordan.
Still trying to work something out.
Okay, so Mr. Jordan, your lawyer, Ms. Rios, is still talking with the prosecutor, Ms. Davis, and it maybe we work something out today. I'm here to resolve it if that's what makes the most sense. If not, we still need to have a little bit of conversation about what's going to happen if the case doesn't work out, okay? So I'm going to ask you to sit tight, let your lawyer talk with the prosecutor, then she'll talk with you, and then you're going to let me know what the plan is, okay? All right, thanks for being here. And then that gets us to Mr. Alford, who is in custody, and that's Ms. Cabrera. Hey, so you and Ms. Potter,
We did not fight.
well, you did online, but that's not on you.
You did, you were a great referee. I did speak to her supervisor just now. It will be a plea this morning. Judge Emerson is following your recommendation for that email. So that plea is happening, but we don't have inmates in that room yet.
Okay,
So he's excused us for about 30 minutes, and I said, well, let me come and respond to this.
I'm here. So let me give you some updates. Mr. Folk is not here. You have two cases on here.
Be here, because he called me this morning.
Okay. Well, we'll hold for his report. You,
I don't think he was sure about the room numbers. But
Okay.
I'll text him.
You can text him, and then your other client on the calendar is Mr. Alford, and he's in custody, his final plea. So if Ms. Davis did send you an offer,
She did, and I tried to see him yesterday, and I was there for a while, but I couldn't bring him up. She gave me an offer on the 12th, I think that's Friday.
okay,
So I will go speak to him.
chat with him, and then let's see what we're gonna do.
Right.
Great.
I'll send a message to him.
Okay, great. Position two. You're Mr. Terry.
Yes.
Yes, you're late. Yeah, all right. So Ms. Rainford, do you want to chat with Mr. Terry for a minute and then we'll figure out what we're doing? Good. All right, you guys step outside. That's it. We've covered everything else. So, Ms. Rios, if you will talk with Ms. Davis and your client, Mr. Jordan, let me know what's going to happen there. Ms. Cabrera, you can chat with Mr. Alford now and send that text to Mr. Folk and let us know about that. And I will sit tight.
Okay, I sent the message to Mr. Paul.
How come you don't ever wear one of those vests, Gordon? You clearly aren't. You wear this parka. It's like 90 degrees out and he's walking around in the parka. Yeah. Okay. You can't go tactical on us? All right. Like Palmer every once in a while has something like that, but he's on like 10 teams. He's special. Yeah. All right. Well, at least it's not just the brown shirt with nothing on it. That's a sign you work in the metal detector. Huh. Thanks for sending the information. It's good to see. Usually we're sort of like trying to look it up on the radio or something, but here it is. Yep.
And then with the PV numbers, you can look under the case, but then sometimes you have to actually look under the PV number to find them.
Right. It's an imperfect system. It's hard to find some of the, I've never found petitions. Warrants sometimes you can bump into. The petitions, I don't know where you hide those. They're not online. Oh, I don't need it.
Yes, you can stand up, down in there. Your Honor,
Give me 1 second.
Yeah.
All right, I'm sorry, Ms. Rios, tell me, you want to talk about which position?
number 2.
Mr. Terry, okay.
We're gonna ask for him to move to before the trial calendar to preserve his final plea rights, since he just was informed today about the offer. He needs more time to think about it.
Sure, and Ms. Wood's not here, and that's with whom he's interacted more probably. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. And that's, so that would be the next date, Mr. Terry, you'd need to be here, which is October 16th. We may have to move that even later because I still need to rule on a motion that your co-defendant, Mr. Adams's lawyer, filed. And until I rule on that, that case can't go forward. And of course, your co-defendant, so they ought to move forward together. So I need to get some work done. And if I am not able to get to that in time, then we might have to bump your case 1 cycle. But you just need to stay in touch with Ms. Wood, and she'll let you know what's going on. Did you get something in the mail telling you to be here today?
Yes.
Good. You planning on moving anytime soon? All right, then you'll keep getting things in the mail as well. Anything else, Ms. Rainford, in connection with Mr. Terry? Any questions, Mr. Terry?
No.
Okay, then you're good to go.
I get something in the mail, let me know if you get
So you don't get something in the mail saying things have changed. What will happen is Ms. Wood would tell you, you don't need to show up for court. If you don't ever hear that, then you do need to come to court. Yeah, on the 16th, but I won't keep it a secret. I'll tell her right away, hey, I haven't ruled on that Adams motion, so Mr. Terry doesn't need to be here. And then she'll shoot you an email, text you, whatever. You just need to, you might want to check with her a few days before the 16th, saying, hey, are we still a go?
Okay.
All right.
All right, thank you.
So some more folks came in. Who just came in? Mr. Folk. All right, thank you for being here. Your lawyer is here. She is talking to another client back in lockup right now, okay? All right.
You have an announcement.
You do? All right, give me 1 second. I need to talk to you for a quick second. How are you? So. I'm gonna need to grab it there. I'm going to hit a note. Mr. Wallace, sorry to put you on hold. Do you have an announcement on behalf of your client, Mr. Bonilla Garcia?
Yes, Mrs. Clark and I had discussions about this case. We believe we've come to a resolution on that one moment. We asked for it to allow us to come on another day for a plea.
And why would it be another day rather than today?
Because in order to do the plea out, we'll have to submit, they have to actually fill out the family first paperwork, and it's about 10 or 12 pages with a whole lot of information. And so
Okay.
Once that gets in and it's received and processed, then I can do a plea and make
Okay.
that as a part.
Meaning once Families First says, we've got it, he's accepted, he can do this program, you've got the key component of the plea. And as I understand it, Mr. Wallace, what Ms. Clark was explaining to me was that then it would be a misdemeanor plea, and the primary condition of probation would be to complete the program. If that went well, then we're all done. Okay. If the form is long and complicated, how do we ensure that Mr. Bonilla Garcia has assistance in completing it if English is not his native language?
I've got a Spanish interpreter that was.
Excellent. So he doesn't need to come to your office to fill it out?
Oh,
The form can be emailed to Mr. Wallace?
I'll email it to Mr. Wallace and he can, and and I will make myself available by Zoom if you have questions that we need to help to assist him in completing.
Okay, but we could do this before the trial calendar. The trial calendar is a month and a day away. You can get the forms to Mr. Wallace today, I assume, and then once the forms are complete, I guess you'll just need to let us know, meaning Mr. Wallace, Ms. Nelson, and myself, he was accepted, and then we can work with your schedules, plural, to get a date and time for the plea. And that could be virtual, it sounds like, although the interpreter part is complicated if everyone is online. It is easier if the interpreter is standing there with Mr. Bonilla Garcia rather than over Zoom. So we'll figure out a time when we can get him at least and Ms. Clark into court. Whether you patch in virtual or not is a discussion you have with your client.
We'll get the application back as part of it by the end of this week.
Fantastic. And then we just need to let Ms. Nelson know, let's find a 20-minute window that works with Mr. Wallace's schedule and yours, Ms. Clark's, and mine, and we'll take care of it.
Sound good?
All right?
Thank you, Judge.
Good. So we'll see you guys soon, hopefully in a couple of weeks at most.
Yes, so you got one soon.
Yeah, right, at most.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
It's good to see you again, Judge.
All right.
And hey, I think she was at my client and I, we had a discussion with the.
Yes.
May I be excused, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
And then you downstairs to the plea.
Okay.
I'm gonna do the plea and come back upstairs. I spoke to Mr. Hoover, I do need to speak to her, and figure that out, and I'm hoping that Mr. Paul, he's present. So I'm gonna do the plea now, but that's gonna come back downstairs.
Okay, can I see you real quickly?
And if he's resolving these cases now, it's trace and complicated. So he's not gonna be able to go today. He doesn't have another day. So I just want to, but we'll hold. I'm just asking if the board have any wants to.
Okay, I'll do the plea and I'll come back
All
upstairs.
right, we'll be here. Good luck.
Thank you, I'll be right. We'll be right back, like 25 minutes.
Yep.
Have a seat, you stay right here. I have to go and do a plea downstairs and then I'll come upstairs.
So, Ms. Rios, do you have an update on Mr. Jordan, or do you need more time to talk?
Still trying to navigate a recidivist question that people are disagreeing on.
Okay,
So that will determine the plea.
okay. All right, then what I'm probably gonna do is go back and do some work, and I'll come back out either when Ms. Cabrera's back, or if you and Ms. Davis sort something out with Mr. Jordan. Well, whether you sort it out or not, we'll need to talk again, because either he's gonna go to trial or we sort it out. Okay. Deputy Gordon, I defer to you on how you want to manage the warrant situation that we have. Ms. Cabrera will be back, but she now knows that. Okay, you're fine just leaving everyone where they are. Okay, cool. Then just let me know when I should come back out. All right. Where's he going? Okay, and you think he's coming back? Yeah. All right, appreciate your confidence. Yeah, I don't know.
No, yes, yes. This is literally.
So, okay, check, what are you talking about? I feel like it's, oh, no, I get it, and then the Jenny's coming, so. Who's up? I'm here. He's on down. Yeah. Yeah. So how does it? Yes, keep it in trouble. So. But I said it's. Right. That works with strong and stuff. It's really. You know, just as that is. I know. I'm just saying, you're trying. So like he was doing. The people, the guys so hard to go. With aliens, it's been lost. Care. Yeah, I'm not sure. Whenever I get to walk out, like.
So fellow Rainford, what's your Atlanta connection if it was Miami and Washington? Oh, so you came back home. All right.
Your Honor, for Mr. Jordan, we're gonna ask for his final plea rights to be impacted into the trial calendar. We're still trying to work on a resolution, chief. We're still trying to figure out the law and the resolution.
Tell me the legal question that you've got, but you don't want to share it.
So under A and C, there's the recidivist filed under A and C, and my understanding of that is under A, you have to serve the longest, and under C, it can't be without parole. But that doesn't mention anything about whether it could be probated or not. And I sent some case law showing that there's specific sentencing that still does not take discretion away from the judge to probate the sentence.
That's correct. Absent, let's take shoplifting, although that changed, but until a couple of years ago, shoplifting, if it was your fourth or subsequent, had a 1-year mandatory minimum. And I was not able, a judge could not probate or suspend that. So if you were coming in pleading guilty and it was an A and C recidivist, you'd have to be sentenced to the maximum. Let's pretend it was 20, it might be 10, but 20 and for shoplifting would have to be to serve 1 because it had that mandatory minimum. Let's take ag assault. It's your 19th conviction. And you're recidivized A and C. You could be sentenced to 20 years probation. That is a legal recidivist sentence for aggravated assault under A and C. But if I think that you should do 3 years, it has to be 20 to serve 3, and you won't be paroled for any of those 3. But there's not a requirement that the judge impose a custodial piece to that sentence. It just has to start with the maximum. And when you're dealing with something like a rape or armed robbery, then it gets real haywire for the defendant because the maximum is life and it's without parole. But I see theft by receiving stolen property. I'm not aware of a mandatory minimum for that. So the sentence, if the recidivist notice stays in place, would have to be the maximum, but it could be an entirely suspended sentence. Query what the purpose of that would be, but that's not an illegal sentence. If the maximum was 10, then it would have to be 10 to serve, probated, suspended. It could be a mix, 10 to 2, but it starts with 10. But there's no requirement of custodial time just because of the recidivist piece. It gets you the max and it gets no parole. Those are what A and C do, I believe.
I still think we should reset to trial calendar.
So why would that go to the trial calendar? I'm not going to say no, it's more, do I want to preserve the final plea rights? I would be more inclined to say that he should put up a non-negotiated plea. I don't want to force anything on Mr. Jordan. I'm not doing that, but I may say today is the day to enjoy the benefit of the final plea right, to be able to withdraw your plea if the sentence I impose is more than what Ms. Rios asked for. Because it's not a discovery issue, and I actually don't think there's a legal issue here. But if the state has a case, maybe I'm old school now with how A and C work, but I'm unaware of any law that has changed or appellate decision that has changed that. So
Let me talk to Mr. Jordan and we'll see if we'll go forward.
before you do that, do you have some law that differs?
No, I actually can't get in my Lexus, so that's what I was trying to tell Ms. Rios. I was trying to look up and get some more clarity on it. I actually haven't got your email yet, so I was just trying to work on it. However, my Lexus is not working.
It's not cooperating.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm pretty sure that's how it flows. Why don't you talk with Mr. Jordan and just let him know he can say no thank you to everything today. We will get the offer on the record and he'd say, I'm not interested in that. I'd rather go to trial. You guys could still work the case out. Just after today, he wouldn't be able to withdraw his plea if, let's say, the recidivist notice stays in place. And I'm making it up. I say 5 do 1. That's his sentence. And I guess I couldn't do 5, whatever the maximum is to serve 1. And that would be 1 or 6 months or 10 days, whatever it is, it would be until that sentence is complete. Okay. Yes, please. Thank you for being here and helping out. Thank you. It's me? Do you do the rest?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, thanks. So where's your guy?
Ready on the non-negotiated.
All right, why don't we get going with that? Mr. Jordan, if you'll come on up to the podium with Ms. Rios, please. Ms. Davis, do you want to stay? Well, I guess you need to be there so he doesn't have to be twisting around to talk to you.
No.
Yeah, sorry. Mr. Jordan, can you move that screen a little bit? If you just grab that monitor and turn it that way. Great, thank you. Good morning again, Ms. Rivers. Are you ready to go?
Yes, I am. Good morning.
Great. Ms. Davis, are you ready?
Ready, Judge.
Great, let's go on the record. This is 24 SC 005-669, State versus Alton Jordan. Mr. Jordan is in court with Ms. Rios, his lawyer. The state's represented by Ms. Davis. And Mr. Jordan, Ms. Rios tells me that you are prepared to enter a plea this morning. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you're going to be asked a bunch of questions over the next few minutes. Make sure you answer out loud. You're welcome to nod your head or shake your head, but the court reporter can only take down the spoken word. So yes, no, maybe, I don't know what you're talking about, whatever your answer is. I'm going to listen to the exchange you have with Ms. Davis. I may have a few questions for you. I want you to understand that because today is your final plea day, if I accept the plea, when I ultimately pronounce the sentence, whatever that is, you'll have an opportunity to talk about it with Ms. Rios and come right back up here and say, no, thank you, if the sentence is different from what Ms. Rios asked for. It sounds like your lawyer and the prosecutor haven't reached an agreement. And so the state may be recommending something different. If I end up going along with that, or maybe I'm somewhere in between, but it's more than what Ms. Rios asked for, more probation, it involves jail time or a fine, anything that's beyond what Ms. Rios asked for, you'll have the chance to say, no thanks. And it's like this never happened. So if you do go to trial, I don't tell the jury, well, this guy actually tried to plead guilty, but he changed his mind. This is an opportunity to see if it can work out. And if it doesn't, then I'll just see you on October 16th. And if this is a case that makes sense to go to trial, it'll go to trial. And you and Ms. Rios will decide, is a trial a better scenario than going with whatever comes out today? Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Davis.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give in this matter before the court shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
You can put your hand down. Please state your true, correct, and legal name.
Alton Sharon Jordan.
Can you spell your first and middle name?
ALTON SHURRON.
Are you at this time under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or medication?
No, ma'am.
Is there any medication that you normally take that you have not taken today?
No, ma'am.
How old are you and how far have you gone in school?
I'm 46. I went to the 11th grade in high school.
Which high school did you attend?
Carver. Carver High.
Are you able to read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a United States citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you're charged with the following offenses in indictment in accusation 24 SC 005669, theft by receiving and willful obstruction?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that you have the right to either plead guilty or not guilty to these charges, and if you plead not guilty or remain silent, you may receive a jury trial.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had enough time to speak with your lawyer, Attorney Rios, about all the facts and circumstances known to you regarding this accusation and including any potential defenses?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you need more time to discuss this case with your attorney?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with her services?
Yes, ma'am.
Attorney Rios, do you waive formal reading of this accusation and any and all defects therein for the purposes of this plea?
Yes.
Mr. Jordan, do you remember having been arrested on these charges?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the state's unaware of any outstanding warrants related to this matter. Attorney Rios, are you aware of any outstanding warrants related to these charges? Mr. Jordan, has your attorney advised you the minimum and maximum sentence for each charge to which you're pleading?
Yes, ma'am.
The maximum sentence for the death by receiving is minimum 1 year to serve 5 years. Obstruction is 12 months probation. 12 months.
Mhm.
Yes. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that if you plead guilt, do you understand that today you're entering a blind plea, I can't get it out, a blind plea, which is a non-negotiated plea, and the state will make a recommendation to the court?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You understand the court can impose any sentence authorized by law, including a higher sentence and recommended by the state, up to the maximum sentence on each charge.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand if you enter a negotiated plea today, you do have the right to withdraw that plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that this plea may be used to enhance sentencing on other convictions in this jurisdiction as well as other jurisdictions, including federal courts?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that if you're not a United States citizen, a guilty plea will affect your immigration status and will result in deportation, just like a conviction at a trial would? And that is true regardless of any advice by your attorney or anyone else.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty to a felony, if you use, receive, possess, or transport a firearm or use a firearm in a crime, you'll be guilty of a felony which may carry a sentence from 1 to 15 years in prison?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand there may be other adverse or unfavorable consequences as a result of this guilty plea conviction, just as there would be from a conviction following a trial?
Yes, ma'am.
For example, your guilty plea may affect the right to vote, to hold public office, to serve in a jury, to obtain a passport, to receive, possess, or transport a firearm, or the ability to obtain employment.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you waive any and all defenses, including any mental health defenses, by entering a guilty plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand by pleading guilty, you're giving up the following rights? And I'm going to go over 9 and then ask you, do you understand? Okay. The right to a trial by jury, the right to remain silent and not incriminate yourself, the right to confront witnesses against you, the right to the assistance of counsel hired by you or to court-appointed counsel if you cannot afford an attorney at a trial of your case, the right to the presumption of innocence, the right to testify on your own behalf and to present other evidence, the right to subpoena witnesses and compel the production of evidence, the right to have the charges against you proved beyond a reasonable doubt, and the right to appeal if convicted of these charges after a trial. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you may have only a limited right to appeal this guilty plea conviction?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you have only 4 years from today for the felony charge and 12 months from today for a misdemeanor charge to file a habeas corpus petition challenging the voluntariness of this guilty plea?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you plead to the charges in the accusation 24 SC 005669, theft by receiving
I plead guilty.
and willful obstruction?
I plead guilty.
Has anyone forced you, threatened you, or promised you anything to get you to enter this guilty plea?
No, ma'am.
Is it your decision to waive these rights and enter a guilty plea because you are in fact guilty?
No, ma'am. I'm really not. But I took the guilty plea because I'm trying to get
So this will be under Alford.
Okay, so Mr. Jordan, we have situations where sometimes a person says, I'm taking this plea because I think it's in my best interest.
Yes.
I don't agree with everything. The state hasn't actually said what it thinks happens, but I looked at the accusation. There was a Ford Edge. Somehow you're connected with it. It was a stolen car. Maybe you ran from the police. And I'm going to hear from Ms. Davis. She's going to say, here's what we could prove. And Ms. Rios will have a chance to say, here's what really happened. It was a friend's truck. I'm making this up, but a friend said, hey, let's go for a ride. And then he let me drive it, or who knows what. I can accept a plea when a defendant says, I didn't necessarily do everything the state said, because I think it's in my best interest to take this and not run the risk of going to trial. My criminal history might get me. The evidence ain't great, but I still didn't do it. But I need you to understand that that's still a conviction.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but you think it's in your best interest, at least right now, to go forward with the plea?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Is it your decision to waive these rights and enter a guilty plea pursuant to Alford?
Yes, sir. I mean, yes, ma'am.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given with the full knowledge of the charges against you?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state believes the evidence would show at trial that on September the 6th, 2024, an officer with the Atlanta Police Department observed a 2008 Ford Edge SUV in the area of 3015 Jonesboro Road in Atlanta, Georgia, in Fulton County that was reported stolen the previous day. The vehicle was backed into a parking space at a gas station with a black male in the driver's seat. That male was later identified as the defendant, Alton Jordan. The vehicle exited the gas station where it was located, and the officer called for backup to assist with the stop based on the vehicle being stolen. The defendant drove the vehicle to a dead-end street at 1400 Cedar Grove Lane, where he jumped out the vehicle and began to run. Officers gave the defendant lawful commands to stop and were in uniform, prominently displaying their badge. After a brief foot chase, officers were able to detain the defendant. The defendant was Mirandized and stated that he rented the vehicle for $20 from a person named Big Dude. The defendant had no real name, address, or telephone number for this individual to return the vehicle. The defendant also stated Big Dude does drugs and always rents his vehicle. The Ford Edge was reported stolen the day before on September 5th, 2024. It was owned by a John Smithson. However, he had recently sold it to his father-in-law, Tyrell Turner, who's the individual who reported the vehicle stolen. And he indicated on body camera that he picked up an individual. They went to the gas station. That individual took some items. And when it came back, and when the officers tried to approach the vehicle, it fled on that day before. The state has filed a recidivist notice in this case. The defendant has 10 previous felonies. Also, the defendant has a pending death by shoplifting case. That is 25 PI 003010, which he has since picked up while being out on bond. And so the state is making a recommendation of 5 years to serve 1 year on the death by receiving and 12 months to serve on the obstruction.
Any conditions of probation?
Yes, Judge. We would be requesting a drug and alcohol evaluation plus treatment if required, 40 hours community service, no contact with the victims, and stay away from the incident location, which tends to be some gas stations.
All right. You say 10 felony convictions?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, I was just looking at the repeat offender notice from your office listed 5. That doesn't mean there aren't more. They don't need to list more than 5 to get that transfer.
Respectfully, I'm showing 15.
15. It goes up by 5 every time I hear from someone. Let's do this. We have Ms. Gordon from pretrial on. Good morning, Ms. Gordon.
Morning, Judge. How are you?
I'm well. Happy Monday to you.
Same to you. Thank you.
Can you share with me what you've got as to Mr. Jordan's criminal history?
Yes, Your Honor. Record indicates the defendant has 61 arrest cycles beginning in 1995. Last arrest, April 16th of this year from Fairburn, Georgia. Felony theft by shoplifting. That case is opened under 25 PI 003010. Record also indicates 5 prior felony convictions outside the 10-year period, a 2019 felony conviction, Fulton County for theft by taking, 18 SC 1585548, and a 2019 felony conviction, possession of cocaine from Rockdale County. Nothing further to add, Your Honor.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Ms. Rios.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Jordan is 46 years old. He's from Atlanta, Georgia. He's currently working for a temp agency, but his hours had to pull back because he's been having to support his fiance, Miss Brooks, emotionally. She lost both of her boys, 16 and 17. They were both murdered, and she's been having some mental dealing with that. And he also was a father figure to those boys. His dad also had a stroke, so he does the caretaking for his dad during the week. His sister, who works, picks him up. He goes over there during the week to take care of his dad, and then she does the weekends most of the time. Sometimes he has to help on the weekends if she has some stuff going on. So between that, he's had to take a little bit backseat from working. I'm asking for count 1 to be 5 served for the 46 days he did, and count 2 46 days. I do understand his criminal history. If you're not inclined to do straight probation, maybe weekends, so he can keep taking care of his dad during the week at least, since that was the agreement that him and his sister had. And that's my request. Thank you.
Okay. Do you want to share with me what the Alford part of the case is, or do you want Mr. Jordan to, or what's your preference? Because I need to understand. It sounds like it wouldn't necessarily be an Alford plea to the misdemeanor.
Yeah.
It's always a little murky with cars, but I mean, it was a stolen car. Whether he knew that or not is the magic piece. He had the keys and he was driving it, so he's in possession of it. And what the police said, he said, which is, oh, I get this car from this guy all the time, didn't quite fit with what the new owner said, which is actually someone took it from me yesterday. So I'm open to hearing more if it's an Alford plea.
Yes, sir. And my understanding that he didn't know it was stolen. I'm not sure if it was the same, saying that he got the same car from this guy, that he has cars, he rents them. I think that was my understanding, that he may have had different cars and he just.
Big Dude is like your rental agency. If you need a vehicle.
No, sir. Okay, this is what it is. He be's on John Boy Road. Y'all know people smoke. They drugs. So I'm going to tell y'all really what's going on.
Yeah.
You know, if we want to know the truth. You know what I'm saying? So I'm put my hands up.
Let's start there. Okay.
The man.
Can you move the microphone towards you a little bit?
Yes. He be's on John Boy Road.
He mean Big Dude.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. A couple of my friends, they know him. So you know how people come around. We're gonna put this like in street term, Your Honor. Okay. Not just being like that, but I have to.
Okay. It's okay. Just say it. It's okay.
Okay. So you have people that come to the neighborhood. When they get high, they would rent out their car. They would do anything. So a couple of dudes that I know, they just had got the car. I don't know what didn't happen in this car or nothing like that. I'm just now coming out. So I see him. So he like, hey man, when such and such them get back, if you give me such and such, you know what I'm saying, I will let you use some car for a couple of hours. So I'm like, okay, cool. So I do that. And let me see, probably about 3-4 hours later, the police end up, I'm pulling out the parking lot, the police end up following me for about 30 minutes before he even hit the sirens. Before he even hit the sirens, period. This man followed me 30 minutes. So I'm like, no, that man keep following me. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on with this car because this car has been in this neighborhood for 5 days. I'm just the one got caught up in it. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay.
So, but that happens. You know what I'm saying? So that's the story.
Okay.
And so when the police pulled me up, they followed me 30 minutes. I wish he didn't hear the sirens or nothing. So I'm like, why the police keep following me? Why they keep following me? So finally, I just said, it's got to be something wrong. So that's when I get out the car. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, y'all, I took off running.
Okay.
Because I don't know what's going on with the car. I don't know what's going on with it. You know what I'm saying? So I actually did. I ran. You know what I'm saying? So I'm telling you the truth of what happened. Okay. And for witness, really, basically, I wish I could have just brought some folks here and they would have told you about this, man. Big dude himself. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah,
I'm not trying to criminalize or put nobody else face on no scene because of my mistake that I made.
Right.
Yes, and I've been making mistakes all my life, you know what I'm saying? You know, sometimes people want to change. And right now I'm trying to. You know, I've been making mistakes all my life. I'm being honest with you. You know, but that basically what happened with the car on that situation. It ain't nothing in the police report where he said he followed me 30 minutes, right?
I didn't read the police report, and the police are free to follow you for 30 minutes. It's not a crime for the police.
No. I'm not saying it's not a crime, but if you follow me 30 minutes before you call back up, there's something that I'm looking at crazy. I'm like, what? But you know, we can go ahead though.
It's helpful for you to have shared that. I guess my observation would be,
stay out of the folk hole.
Yeah, and a big dude in particular. I mean, if you are using a car, a guy's letting you borrow a car, and you know he's hustling to feed his addiction, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to think maybe he doesn't own this car. Maybe because he's getting high all the time, he doesn't have the money to be driving around a 2008 Ford Edge. Maybe he's hot. Is this the crime of the century? It's not. Were you shooting people? You're not. That's not what you do. It sounds like way back when either we're dealing drugs or using drugs, and more recently it's been theft and this and that. You got this brand new shoplifting case that you're going to need to deal with. And I hope you do turn a corner, because you are young, but not so young now that you get good excuses for making choices like this. You know better. A 17-year-old, like, sweet, a car, let's go riding.
I know better. I understand everyone.
Yeah, you should assume when a guy like Big Dude says, hey, you want to take this car for a little bit, that's not his car.
But I'm going to tell you the reason why, Your Honor, is because for the simple fact, he comes around a lot. You know, we see him, you know, when you stay in the type of neighborhood where Jonesboro Road, you know Jonesboro Road, y'all have heard of Jonesboro Road. So when you stay in that type of neighborhood, people like Big Dude come around all the time.
Yeah.
They come around all the time. So you don't know exactly. I done seen a man drive his car 1,000 times.
Yep.
So actually, it was his car. But for him to not, it was his car.
Well,
but I don't know him like that. A couple of friends that I deal with know him. Okay. They deal with him on that type of level.
Got it. Well, you got to think about
it. At the time, he ended up seeing me coming through the neighborhood, and he was sitting out there waiting on them to bring his car back.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I'm just being honest. I
appreciate it. You're high energy about it.
No, because it really, it's really a fake car case. Really car.
So, Ms. Rios, we can continue on with this. I'm going to include a custodial portion to the sentence. And so I can also pause and see if you and Ms. Davis want to, I don't know much about the PI case, but that seems like it would be more efficient and comprehensive for Mr. Jordan if everything got resolved, whether that PI case is being NPGJ'd after the state looks at it more, or it's being accused and Mr. Jordan, and we'll just green sheet it here because it will come here because of this case. But he might want to resolve everything together, given that I'm not inclined to say, actually have 69 days because he was in jail and then he got out and then he missed court, saying, let's just limit it to 69 days. So I don't know if you guys want to talk for a little bit about what that shoplifting is a different case and I'll deal with it another time, or if instead you want to bundle those together, if that makes sense.
Yes, Your Honor, we briefly discussed it and I think he wanted to deal with that later.
Okay. Let me take a quick look at it. I don't know why it's catching up with him now because the alleged incident is, I guess they did some investigation, was from July of 24. So it actually was a couple months before this, involving a few, cases of beer. So, but it's out there. So Mr. Jordan, did you understand what I was saying to your lawyer?
No, sir. Could you
Okay.
repeat that to-
Let me be more specific. I am inclined to sentence you to some time to serve. It would be what the state's recommending, or maybe less, but not zero. But I know you've got this open shoplifting case, and that is going to make things complicated for you. And so I was suggesting to Ms. Rios that maybe we pause what we're doing here, and she takes a look at the shoplifting case, as does the prosecutor, to see if that's something that could be resolved at the same time with this case. I can't force that on anyone. You may say, I want to deal with that later, and then we'll just go forward with this. But then you'll just be in front of some other judge who's going to hear about your criminal history, and there'll be a recidivist notice there. And that judge might take a different view and say 5 years or who knows what. So that's where we are. Why don't you two talk a little bit and then let me know what you want to do. Okay? Ms. Cabrera, welcome back.
Yes,
Did the plea go through?
it hasn't happened yet. They're doing, there's also a trial that's happening in Georgia. We'll watch video. It's gonna take them a few minutes. Yeah. So
Okay.
that's happening, so they kind of sent us away again.
Okay.
And I wanted to speak with him, convey the state's offer that I got on Friday.
You're saying speak with Mr. York, with Mr. Folk?
Right.
Okay.
Convey the state's offer that I received, find out some other information from Mr. Folk. I did want to speak with the state about, Mr. Alford.
Okay.
In particular.
Great. Well, we'll take you as long as we can have you. So,
Working here until somebody tells me to come back downstairs.
okay. Then why don't you speak with Mr. Folk? And then Ms. Davis is here. You guys can talk about Folk and Alford.
Is the state happening right now?
Nope. And we're just on hold while they talk.
All right, let me get her attention for Mr. Alford first.
Okay. I didn't mean to speak for her. She may have lots of things that are going on.
You did the training, the trainers, too? Oh, we had the team. It is the last Sunday.
Yes.
I was able to make that decision. I sent that over to.
Okay, great. How'd you find it?
It's in our system.
Oh, it's in your system. Okay, thanks.
Your Honor, we have a few questions. He would like to go forward with the plea.
Okay.
But he wanted, I know you did say that it was going to be custodial time.
Correct.
He's asking if, because the caretaking for his dad, if that can be on weekends. So his sister can take care of him on the weekends, and he can help take care of it during the week.
Mr. Jordan, tell me more about your father's situation.
Okay, my father had a stroke.
How old is your father?
He's 69.
Okay, and does he stay on his own?
No, he stays with my sister. But like during the weekday, my sister, she go to work.
What does she do?
My sister, she works for Georgia State. She does a lot of things, She works for Georgia State. She worked for a shop up here. What this is? I can't think of the little. It's somewhere in Clark County. But
Okay.
she has 2 jobs.
Okay, so she works, you help take care of your dad.
Yes, and I go there. She paid me to help. I'm like a caretaker to my dad right now. That's what I'm doing right now, sir.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
And how many days a week do you take care of your dad?
Probably like about 4 days out the week.
And what do you do?
Just cook for him, make sure you cook breakfast for him, lunch, dinner. And by the time she out work, you know what I'm saying, and I go home, stuff like that. And she pay me to do that, like the caretaker thing. So, that's what I have going on right now.
Okay. But it sounds like you're working sometimes too, because you got jobs at a temp agency.
Every now and then, when the temp service call me, they might need me. I might do a little food. I do food service sometimes. I was working at Burger King on Moreland, but they got kind of slow. They slowed down my hours, so
Okay.
I don't do that no more.
When you're working, who takes care of your dad?
When I was working, my dad just had a stroke. This has been just recently.
What does that mean?
This has been like 6 months, like 6-7 months ago.
Okay. So have you not worked in the last 6 or 7 months?
I have. Sometimes my little niece will come through and watch him. You know what I'm saying? But 9 times out of 10, she has a job now, so basically it's been on me.
Okay. But what happens when you're working and your niece can't come by?
I've been working.
Okay. You've been taking care of your dad.
I've been doing the caretaker, yeah.
All right.
So I get paid for doing that, basically.
Tell me if have you ever felt like you needed drug or alcohol treatment?
Yes, sir. I mean, yes, I'm willing to take drug and alcohol treatment. Yes, sir.
Do you think that you need it or you're willing to take it?
Yeah, I need it.
Tell me what you feel like you misuse or abuse the most. Since we're being honest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alcohol. Basically.
Just alcohol?
Yes, and smoke a little marijuana every now and then.
Okay. It's not getting you in more trouble. I'm trying to figure out a sentence that's going to work and maybe make a difference for you. Just looking at your criminal history, there's something going on. And if it's never been treated, then 47, 48, 49, those years are going to be just like the previous years if you're not getting help for whatever's going on. None of the sentences you've got have included treatment before?
No, sir. I haven't had. I just completed probation. Let me see. I think like a year ago. Prior to, I think about a year ago, a year or two ago.
Okay. Do you have your own place to stay?
Yes, sir. I stay with my old lady.
Okay.
Yes.
It's her spot.
Yeah. Right now, we're not staying there because of stipulation of she just had 2 children killed. One was shot right in front of the house. So, they kind of scared us and made us just
Stay somewhere else.
So right now we stand in a little room house right now.
Okay.
We stand in the room house right now.
And how do you afford that?
My dad and probably getting paid by my dad.
The money you make taking care of your dad.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you'd prefer to deal with the shoplifting case some other time?
I mean, we can handle it now.
We can't handle it right now. That's not, but what Ms. Rios told me is that what you've told her is, look, that's going to go whatever way it goes and you'll deal with it at the appropriate time. That's your preference?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. You got questions about anything else?
Sir, I just hope that I can get some weekends or something and, try to do us right. Do whatever probation stipulations you give me, however it goes.
Okay. Well, Mr. Jordan, I find there's a factual basis for your plea in this case. And it's been helpful to hear from you. It does sound like you ran from the police. So that one is an easy one in terms of the evidence for it. It's murkier about, should you have known that this was not really Big Dude's car, or what does it mean for something to be Big Dude's car? Because he may say, this is my car, but everyone on planet Earth who knows him may mean that means he stole it, or he bought it from someone for $50, which means it's a stolen car. So sort of where you're on the hook is, how reasonable would it be to believe that Big Dude legitimately owned that car when he said, hey, we don't have to have a back and forth about it. That's what the trial would be about if you went to trial, but you're not going to trial right now. I find there's a factual basis. I also find that your plea is knowing and voluntary. I'm sentencing you pursuant to the Probation Options Management Act. It sounds like there's no restitution that you're aware of?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
The vehicle was recovered.
All right. And it wasn't in, I guess, any worse. It was only 48 hours, it sounds like, if that's okay. Ms. Rios, can someone in my office sign the indictment on your behalf?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Davis?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Jordan, is it okay if we electronically sign your name to the indictment indicating your Alford plea to count 1 and your guilty plea to count 2?
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll do that. You are being sentenced as a recidivist, which means if I were to sentence you to custody, you'd have to serve all that time without the possibility of parole. And what I'm going to do is sentence you on count 1 to 5 years to serve 2 months with the balance probated. Count 2 is 2 months to serve. You'll get credit for the time you did serve. Special condition of probation number 1 is that you are going to do 4 months of weekends in jail. So that's jail time, but it's actually part of your probation. Okay. And let me tell you why that's significant. If you miss weekends that are not excused, if there's an emergency, you need to get your girlfriend to the hospital. Well, but you can miss it if there's an emergency. You just need to be able to have documentation. So If your girlfriend needed to go to the hospital and you needed to get her there, as long as you have paperwork, look, it's legit, she was there, I was with her, then we just put that weekend back at the end of the others. But if you miss one because you had too much to drink on Thursday and didn't get up on Friday, that's on you. And if you miss a weekend, I'll probably just turn it all into jail time, consecutive, meaning day after day after day and not weekends. Second special condition of your probation is that you need to meet with the people from our adult felony drug court and have an intake interview. And if you are admitted into drug court, then I'm going to be modifying your probation to get rid of the weekends in jail and to add that you complete drug court. They may say it's not a good fit and there's no consequence for you other than that you're not going to do drug court and you'll still have your weekends in jail. But if that intake interview is Mr. Jordan would benefit from going through drug court, and alcohol is a drug, and they treat plenty of people who their gateway is alcohol, and maybe when they drink a lot of alcohol, then they reach for other things. If the people at drug court say Mr. Jordan should do that accountability court, then that becomes part of your probation. And I'll get the weekends in jail out of the way. 40 hours of community service. You need to stay away from Big Dude.
I haven't seen him since.
Yeah, well, maybe he's where you're going to be on the weekends. And you'll need to stay away from that particular gas station on Jonesboro. If you can get that address to Ms. Nelson, that'd be great. And that's where we are. I'm structuring it that way because eventually the shoplifting is going to pop up. If you're in drug court and drug court's going well, that shoplifting can probably go into drug court.
Yes.
But if you don't go to drug court because they decide it's not the right fit, or maybe your alcohol usage is
So drug court is like a it's like they can help me with a lot of things in drug court.
it is meant to help. It is meant to teach you ways to make different decisions so that when you're feeling stressed or life is challenging, instead of reaching for a 12-pack of beer or a fifth of gin or a hit of crack or some meth, I don't know what you do, you make a different decision and you have a support group and there's job training. So maybe you get a forklift license or you learn to do HVAC work.
Kind of like that.
I think you do too in looking at your criminal history. I think that could be a good fit, but I'm not making you do it. They have to let you in. And then if they do let you in, you do have to do it. And you should know that if you're terminated from drug court, that's violating your probation. And then we come up with a different plan.
Yeah, I know.
So we'll see how that goes. The ice on which you are skating is very thin. I think the state's recommendation here was a reasonable one, given your criminal history, which is pretty vast for someone your age. But your criminal history says to me, you've never gotten help for an addiction. And I'm not putting this on you, sometimes it ain't an addiction, it's a little bit of a mental health something, like I'm depressed, or I got ADHD, or I'm bipolar, and no one ever gave me medicine to help with that. And drug court can help with that as well. And connecting with those resources or those medications might make the second half of your life, because you got about half of it left if you make better decisions, work differently for you, which is great for your girlfriend, is great for your sister as you try to take care of your dad. Most of all, it's great for Mr. Jordan, because then you can hold down a job and you will not be bumping into the police. I mean, you average a couple arrests a year as an adult. And it would be great to not have that going on in your life.
That was in my past too.
I understand. And I'm not holding you. I mean, yes, you got to own your past, but I'm looking at you right now, right today, and watching how you're moving in court and where you're kicking it. And I think drug court could help you. But of course, you got to stick with it. And that's assuming you get in. If you don't get in, that is not a violation of your probation. If they say it's not the right fit, it's not the right fit. I'll be surprised if that's their answer, but we'll see what happens.
Listen.
You will have 2 weeks from the day you start probation to have that intake interview with drug court. So you're going to want to reach out to Ms. Rios. They could see you any day, Monday through Friday. whether it's on the phone or in person. I don't know how that works. But you're going to need to have that intake interview within the first 2 weeks.
Yes, sir.
All right. In the meantime, your weekends in jail start with this weekend. You will report by 5 o'clock on Friday, and you get out by 5 p.m. on Sunday. So it's 2 days every week, 5 p.m. Friday to 5 p.m. Sunday.
Yeah,
You can get there early. You can show up at 2. Then you'll get out at 2 on Sunday. But if you show up late, probation will be checking. They'll be checking with the jail. They might check once a month. How'd it go? Oh, Jordan missed 2 weekends. They send me a warrant, say you missed weekends.
So how do I turn myself in? Through the front of the jail?
Yes, you can't walk up to the Sally Port. That's gates and barbed wire, and you get arrested for trespassing.
I never had.
Yeah, so you've been arrested before. You know how it works. When you're in the back of the squad car and they roll you in there, you're going through all sorts of gates that can't go through, and you can't if you're just walking up. So you go to the front door of the jail. Hey, I'm here, and they're going to know you're coming. They don't like this process because it's complicated for them, but that's just a consequence. It's sometimes how we do sentences. And the only reason why I'm doing that is that I'm optimistic that drug court is something that works out. Because it's a hassle for you every weekend. It's a hassle for the jail. That's why, other than your dad, I was thinking 9 months. Just let's get it done. Go down the road for 9 months. Get this out of your system. You'll hate it. And that's the point. Because then maybe you do something different. But since you've been 16, so that's 30 years, you haven't been doing something different. Whether that's because of the alcohol or life is difficult or you're not getting medicine you should be getting. Let's try to fix the problem. Locking you up doesn't fix that. Okay? Ms. Rios, anything else on behalf of Mr. Jordan?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Davis?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Should I do the drug court referral too?
Please,
Yeah.
yes, do that. Don't go anywhere, Mr. Jordan. Officer Evans, what do we need to tell Mr. Jordan about reporting? This is Officer Evans. She's with probation. She will not be your probation officer, but she's going to tell you where you need to be, and you do not want to miss your first probation session. Okay?
No, I won't. I will not.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Jordan, what county do you reside in?
What's it?
What's your zip code?
30308.
303. You're gonna report to 276 Memorial Drive. That's south of Atlanta, 30303.
Yeah, I know. Right behind pretrial.
I'm sorry.
He's right behind pretrial.
Yes, it's right behind the city jail. You've been there before. You've been on probation.
Yeah, I just completed probation.
Yeah,
So
welcome back. You're going back. Let's break the cycle, all right? May this be the last time that you kick things off.
Thank you, sir.
Well, it's up to you.
You're gonna report on Wednesday, September 24th, 2025 at 8:30 a.m.
You can
Failure
write.
to do so may result in a warrant for your arrest.
I know.
I'll also provide you a written
Yeah.
copy of the set instructions, and I also need you to fill out some paperwork for me, okay?
No. You need to look up.
You're asking,
Oh, no, was he done?
oh, yeah. You chat with Officer Evans. We're done. Did Ms. Cabrera have to go back down?
You can have a seat there.
Did you guys sort anything out with Alford?
Something
Or
might
with-
be non-negotiated.
With Alford or Folk or both?
Well, with Alford,
Okay,
I don't know about,
okay.
she was just going back to talk to him.
Okay. Yeah, what's the offer for Volk? It's like 2 shootings.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, and that's what they are.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't understand how he's out.
Yeah.
Okay,
They're old. They're from
Oh.
2023.
okay. All right.
My bad on, not my bad, but my apologies on Mr. Jordan. I thought it was actually 25, but I should know better to look at the warrant date.
Oh, I thought so too. I don't know. I mean, that's why I was reading it, and like if he was leaving with 2 televisions, I'm like, you need to wrap this up. But it's just funky because I don't understand how they.
And then this case came after. it.
Yeah,
So
right.
That would have just.
Right.
But it didn't.
Yeah.
I don't know how that works, actually. See.
You done, Ms. Rios? I hear all the zippers, you guys packing up.
Yes, until Friday. We'll be back Friday, yes.
Yeah, I'm going to Kansas City for a conference.
Oh,
Never been to Kansas City.
that's where you're going this week?
Yeah,
Oh, I know you're coming back, okay.
and now I'm coming back.
Are you speaking?
I'm not. I gotta just listen this time.
Oh,
Oh, nice.
Cool.
Court Technology Conference.
Oh, that's
So I may come back with like wires and things.
Oh, then what else do we need to fix in
We
here?
have a fun court technology conference in Vegas. It's a big one. Have you heard of that one?
Yes, that's the
Hard to
super,
get in.
yeah, that's the super big one. This is the second big one.
Okay, yeah. I don't know why it's so hard to get in, but
Yes, we've got a lot on Friday.
yes.
And you are Ms. Wood, until she comes, when does she come back?
Wait, isn't George coming? She's gonna come back.
Yeah, George is going.
He might be here. This, Docs, he's coming one of these days. I'm not gonna be home.
What's that?
Well, I just don't, I don't.
You don't do Fridays?
So.
Does Mr. Kenner know you don't work Fridays? Huh, all right. Like, what if you have a trial?
Got it, just finished by Thursday.
No, by Thursday, I guess, yeah.
This is while you're a fellow, or like if you're full-time?
We get to pick our days as fellows.
Okay, got it. It's not a, like, this is a thing, like your personal thing is, hey, boss,
Yeah.
I'm not doing Fridays.
No.
Okay.
We're just able to pick our schedules as fellows.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
No, Friday off is the way to go.
You like Mr. Dobbs though, he's fun. Hopefully he'll be here.
And you won't?
No, I'll be here too.
Oh, so your partner will be Mr. Dobbs on Friday? Okay,
We'll see. I can be,
all
we'll see.
right. Well, we'll work through it. You need me?
So I just called, it's not.
It's not?
But I have the actual hard copy.
All right, you want to see it?
No, I have the actual
Oh.
hard copy, but it's not showing in the system.
Wonder why that would be. If it's not in the system, that means you can't do anything with
I
it?
can't confirm.
Hmm.
Get it one ring. You heard it, right? Yeah. No.
Well, let me see. It was signed in a month ago. Okay.
Oh, this one was on vacation.
190, 121.
Oh, you're not plumbing right. No, we're still cool. I'm trying to force my hand, but I've been drug court worse.
Well, I think he.
It shows in Odyssey. Yeah. Well, there's the orange box with a W, which means there's something out there.
It's because my lessons didn't work. You can get changed.
I'm gonna go to the ninth floor and check. I just take the one with me, but it might not just be in the system.
Yeah, so this is, I don't ever do warrant stuff, but that's this one issued. And that's, so Odyssey is saying that's active? Do you want me to print a copy out for you?
Okay, I'm gonna just
You
take it
got
out to
it?
the ninth floor.
Okay, yeah, I don't want to be wrong about it, but if it is in fact legit, then, we need to honor it. I mean, it's not that it's illegitimate, it's just whether it's in. Okay,
Yes, I can agree with that.
all right, we got time, because if she went down to take that plea, that's gonna take a minute.
Oh, I can't go that far. I can't go that far. All right, you have a good one. I'll see you Sunday.
Bye, Judge. Bye, Judge. Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you, see you around. Are you generally assigned to,
All over the place.
oh, so it's not just Rios and Wood, you could be in lots of courtrooms. We'll come back sometime.
Because on Wednesday I'll be in 6D, I think.
6D. There is not a 6D. That'll be a hard courtroom to find.
Yeah,
Good. Yeah, 8D is the spot. You'll learn pretty quickly. Like there's the cool zone. Okay, all right, but you'll be sad if you look for 6D because someone's playing like a hoax on you.
Yeah, I'm gonna confirm which one it is, definitely.
Okay. 5D, that exists. All right.
All right.
See ya.
Yeah.
All right, so Ms. Davis, to recap on our calendar today, number one was null prost, but that wasn't you, that was Ms. Willingham. Two and three, you are gonna send a persuasive investigator to South Fulton.
Yes.
4 and 5, that's Mr. Folk, he is here. And once Ms. Cabrera comes back, we'll sort that out. Number 6 is a bench warrant. Number 7 goes to the trial, 7, 9, and 10 go to the trial calendar, but we preserve the final plea rights. 8, Ms. Clark and Mr. Wallace will sort that out. Just talked about 9, and 10, 11, and 13 are bench warrants. Olajuwon. 12, we just did the plea. We'll see what happens with that. And 14, we're waiting on Ms. Cabrera. What was the last you discussed with her? Is this likely a plea or what's your read?
I don't really have a good gauge. I think it could be. I think it's like a toss-up.
Okay.
My offer wasn't too harsh, but should he choose to do something different, I posed non-negotiated, and you just saw an example of that. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good. I will come back out when we have Ms. Cabrera. Thanks.
I texted her just to let her know that we were done with everything.
Yeah. Yeah, that didn't line up quite right, because she was here, but we were doing the plea and Mr. Jordan, that took a little while. Sorry about that.
When I saw her leave, I should have just ran off the witness stand, but I didn't.
Tackled her, no. Yeah. All right, Ms. Cabrera, you've had a busy morning. You've taken lots of steps already, but congrats on the Judge Emerson situation. You have two clients here, Mr. Folk, who has two cases on the final plea calendar, and Mr. Alford. And you weren't here when I explained, this feeds into the October trial calendar. So things we don't resolve today will appear on the October 16th, I think is when we call it, which is a Thursday. It's a 1-week trial calendar. I see Mr. Folk is standing right here. Are we going to deal with his case today?
So he is interested in resolving, so his unique situation, he's got two cases on your honor's calendar. He also has a probation matter. And so.
He does with an active warrant.
Correct.
So,
He's aware.
yes, good, okay.
And so what he is asking about is the possibility for local resolution and for him to maybe resolve everything today. But I know that they haven't had an opportunity to speak to each other about what they may have wanted to present as a global resolution. I do have the state talker, I do know what he has left on probation. And he's just given me a recommendation to share with them, which is actually not different on the service time, but it's different on the time on probation.
So I am happy handling everything, but someone from my team would have to reach out to Judge Cox's chambers to get the green light. And hopefully he would say, sure, if you're taking plea in these two cases, go for it. But I'd need to know that's what you want to do. And if that is, then I'll have Ms. Nelson reach out to her counterpart. Okay.
Looks like this is something that we are going to take a stab at resolving today.
Okay.
I just would like to speak to the state and to probation about global resolution.
Okay. And what about Mr. Alford?
So Mr. Alford, Mr. Alford he's been in custody for about 5 months. He would actually like a shot at a bond hearing. He is interested also in taking a plea, but definitely not to what is recommended by the state. So he's just like, can I do a non-negotiated plea or can I have a bond hearing today? One or the other.
Okay. It won't be a bond hearing. We can do a non-negotiated plea, and since it's his final plea date, he can always withdraw his plea if he doesn't like that. If the state's not reducing count 1, which is trafficking, I don't know how much non-negotiated there is, unless the state is recommending more time than the mandatory minimum.
Right. Right now, the recommendation by the state is 15 to serve 3.
Okay. And he wants something less than that?
He wants probation.
Right. Okay.
He wants probation. He wants tons of probation. So his offer is 15 to serve 3. I can let him know we can take a stab at a non-negotiated plea today, understanding that.
He can back out of it, no problem. And then we'll just see him on the 16th.
Right.
1 month from
He
now.
wants to back out. He wants to still file a bond motion. I can file it.
Yep. Right, and we would discuss it on the day of the trial calendar. I mean, he'd know when he'd be back, October 16th. So, so why don't you check with him on that and talk with these two folks, and I'll ask Ms. Nelson to check with Judge Cox, and whichever one of the two we can do first, we'll do. And let's try to knock both of them out in short order, whatever we're going to do.
All right. You sit there and I'll let you know.
Ms. Nelson, I am forwarding you the warrants. If that, oh, you've got the warrants. Do you need the PV number or just the case number? Because they're on the warrants that Ms. Evans sent at 9:30 this morning.
I have it, Judge. Thank you.
Okay, you'll reach out to Matt and crew. Hopefully they're here at noon. Thank you. Oh, look, you said never mind, I have it. Okay.
Service time, he's asking for a change in probation time. Which is usually fair around. And it is. Usually. Because I mean, for this piece, I know, it's time for time and spend in, it's not useful. So, so, attention is to post that, so, some case, the represents, say, right, so that's something that, but he doesn't. No, he doesn't, he doesn't, he's not asking not to be on probation for 10 years. You know, it's okay, I served this time, can I receive treatment while I'm in custody, can I, blah, 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 so, you know, and not to have probation that lasts forever. This is one of us is that's a 12 month, but he won't be able to, he won't be able to sign up through probation or staff. If in fact that he has open charges. Now, we may be able to sentence him to us. Then it will do that. Is that an option? I said, yeah, especially because our set would be a treatment program, and once that's done, he would be able to be released. Prior to treatment, but not for the to understand that. Oh, no, he would have to do application. Well, there's prison onset and then there's probation. Prison onset will come within the sentence. If you once the case, so probation onset that we have. How they do prison onset, I'm not. I just don't want to just sit around and wait.
I can't get someone in for sure if it's through GDC. Not that I was listening to you all, but if the goal is RSAT, then we want to do it through DCS because it's actually a condition of the sentence. With Department of Corrections, I say, please. They do, they don't, they assess. They're not going to ignore it, but it isn't, you must do
I
it.
just don't want to put him in any position that holds him in custody any longer than necessary.
Understood?
You know, he'll have, based on his charges, he'll be parole eligible, yada, and if he's doing what he's supposed to be doing, I want him to have the benefit of being
Yep.
parole eligible.
Well, he'll get into RSAT sooner through GDC. There will be a wait here because there's a waiting period to get in with DOC, with prison. Your sentence is whatever your sentence is, and after you've done well on it for a while, then they'll put you in RSAT because they want to get you out afterwards, but they put it towards the end of your sentence. So they look at when you might be parole eligible and push it further along. So in my experience, not as in personal experience, but charting sentences, the probation version gets you into the treatment sooner and then out of custody and into aftercare sooner. But sometimes that's not an option.
Because he's making a request for treatment on his own, which I don't ever usually get unless people are just trying to, you know, skirt the system.
Right, exactly. Could I have drug court instead of life?
Instead of being in custody.
The only thing is he wouldn't be able to, with his open DUI charge, he wouldn't be able to sign up for RSAT until those charges are closed.
Right, but this is true, but he would have a few months to get that sorted out, as long as someone could help him navigate it, because RSAT doesn't take someone day one. There's this wait, and during that waiting period would be an ideal time to say, hey, I need
Well, he
to,
has court on the DUI, so the 25th of this month.
okay.
So that ball is already.
Yeah. And so he could get there and deal with that. If that case is resolved, then there's no bar to getting into the treatment program. But I'm not in the middle of your negotiations. I just was gonna let you
I'm
know.
getting the nods from over here, so.
And 5 years considered with the fire.
So that 10 is made up of the 5 and 30, so it's 5 and 30, 5 consecutive under the radar. So they're gonna go. Yes, 4 suspended, that's it, you know,
then the fact is, it was five, and five was all the other conditions met. Okay, which you can really put that terms. And it's pretty much like a 5 month, wait for that, offset, right? Okay. How long is it? Stays 9 months. 6 months at that care. And he's average rate, he's first. So they are the sort of forward from junior. They were 5 years. Okay. Well, he says, oh, I think it's crazy.
Yeah, he's saying not to do that, or attack that on, and I think this is that, I don't know, set him up with something that can go interfere in his probation without no other people. You know, that's not fair, yeah. That's not fair, but they can look now and to whatever. Correct, not only have to stick with the low eligibility, but yeah, he wants to be able to receive treatment and to not have the low eligibility interfere with. When he may be able to be considered even work on sort of the fact that he can be installed set. Correct, yeah, if he does our set, he does well, then he looks great for follow. Judge, question for you.
Yes.
So I think we're getting someplace. We're just trying to figure out the best, I guess the best way to recommend it or to draft a sentence where he is able to participate in RSAT in a way that doesn't interfere with parole eligibility.
So it wouldn't be a parole piece because it would be a part of his probation. The way, if someone is going into DCS RSAT, the sentence is some number of months of probation.
Because right now we're looking at it's a 10 to serve 5, right? That, 10 to serve 5? Yeah, with 5 being suspended or.
Right.
Yeah.
He would, how much time is left on the Judge Cox case?
5 years, 4 months? No, 4 years.
Just
4 years,
5
5 months.
Okay, that's where the RSAT would come from, because you can't sentence someone to DCS RSAT out of the box. So for the 2 aggravated assault cases, it wouldn't be to DCS's RSAT. It's a revocation piece because you have to.
So that RSAT would be part of the revocation.
Mhm.
And then the other case, that 10, 5, serve 5.
So basically 15 years, but suspending 5 of those years if he's done all his conditions.
Because he has a gun charge, I think that's where the consecutive is coming in. And
Okay.
he'd be suspended.
Okay. But if the goal is to get him into DCS RSAT, it would be off the revocation, and the sentences for the 2 aggravated assaults would, I mean, they could have a little bit of active custody time that would just overlap with the revocation of a few months. And then there could be a suspended part that could be reactivated if he got kicked out of RSAT or something like that. But the part that would get him into the custodial treatment, because it's custodial, would be the revocation.
RSAT is either probation or revocation.
We're just looking at 2 cases. Letters.
All right, so. And this is RSAT. So. Can I do that? It is the Jesus. That is not a good one. And it's different. And that it looks like this. I don't know this. That's just been as. She doesn't follow the next. Well, when you change the system, program, you can't get into where you are. And he's expected to do that, for environment to do that well. Can the service time after 5 years? Since we can't change what's happening out here. Why don't you do your judges like that? And
all covers this, you can have to do your appointment. And if I want to, fix. You then I get a guard.
Section 15, convictions and all this will be 5 years of probation, 5 years suspended. That's like 10, that's what your 10 is. All the other guys, you can just use you. That's not different. I'm doing this about it because real quick to make sure I actually that's not right on. Oh. Alright, so. Treatment for so it's not 10 years of privilege. Because 5 years is there. So it's been hard to that's what I'm doing. So it's the time of juvenile custody is focused around anything else as opposed to keeping it similar to more longer, whatever, just give it better. Do what you're saying, you have an opportunity to say, yes. What's the best date on the music that's on?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, no, not the DUI.
The DUI is in the warrant, you know that
Yeah, I'm in the plea when he's.
it's old.
Oh, okay, so
Yeah.
it's prior to his.
Yeah.
2023.
Don't put,
Right, it won't be a basis to revoke the case from Judge Cox.
well, yeah, but all the conditions are the same, everything that we asked for is the same, the idea for probation, violation, all the same. The only thing that we have that's different is the 5 and the 3. You're asking for 5 to serve, I'm asking for 3 to serve. We're both asking for RSAT with that. We're both looking at 5 years on probation plus 5 years suspended. Everything's the same.
Okay, unless you were to ask for straight 10s, 15, which I'm asking for. Suspended.
Every time that is
almost, yeah, it's very dangerous. Let's see what Judge does.
Yeah.
Okay, Judge.
Should we bring Mr. Folk up?
Mr. Focus here. Yeah.
Right, I mean, should we bring him up to the podium and start this process?
We're gonna do a non-negotiated.
So we get you out of here.
We're not really far off on anything. We are only differing on the service time.
Okay,
And we're also, did you get a word back on the probation violation?
we're gonna just, no, but we're gonna go forward. 'Cause we got everyone here. Hey, Ms. Rivers, are you good to go?
Yes, I'm ready.
Great. All right, let's get on the record in positions 4 and 5 from this morning's calendar, 25 SC 002135 and 2139. Both involve Mr. Folk, who is standing up at the podium with his lawyer, Ms. Cabrera. We have Ms. Davis for the state. Good, it's now afternoon. Afternoon, Mr. Folk, how you doing?
I'm all right. How about yourself?
I'm okay. Mr. Folk, Ms. Cabrera tells me that you're prepared to enter pleas in your two cases and to also handle this revocation piece that's out there. The revocation relates to an older case you have with a different judge, and the basis of that revocation is a recent DUI you picked up. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What we're going to do is work through the plea process. You're going to answer questions from Ms. Davis. I'll hear her recommendation. I'll hear your lawyer's recommendation. And then I'll tell you the sentence that I'm going to impose. If it is more severe than what Ms. Cabrera asked for, so let's say she says 5 and I say 6, that's a bigger number, you'll have the ability to withdraw your plea if you want to. But if the sentence I give you is effectively the same thing as what your lawyer's asking for, then you're obligated to go forward, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you understand that regardless of what we do here today, if I say I am going to do the plea and I say more than what Ms. Cabrera asked for, and you say I want to back out or I do less, there's this warrant for you. So you have to go into custody either way.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I didn't want you to think that I'm locking you up because you say no thank you to my, it has nothing to do with me. It has to do with this warrant that unfortunately for you is active, and the deputies can't let you leave with an active warrant.
Yes, sir.
And the warrant is just for that probation violation. The new Cobb County DUI was a violation of that probation with the other judge, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Davis is going to put you under oath, ask you a bunch of questions. Let me know if you have any questions of your own. Will you do that?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in this matter before the court shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can put your hand down. Please state your true, correct, and legal name.
Jaquan Anthony Folk.
Can you spell your first name for the record?
JAQUAN.
Are you at this time taking or under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or medication?
No, ma'am.
Is there any medication that you normally take that you have not taken today?
No, ma'am.
How old are you and how far have you gone in school?
I'm 37 and I have associates in horticulture.
Okay. And where did you attend?
University of Georgia.
Nice. Are you able to read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a United States citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you're charged with the following offenses in indictment 25 SC 002135, aggravated assault, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, theft by receiving, theft of services, obstruction of a law enforcement officer, tampering with evidence, reckless conduct, and possession of a firearm by a felon. And Judge, there are 2 counts in this case. We will be moving to null pros the last count.
Of the firearm by felon?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you.
Do you understand you're charged with that in that indictment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you're also charged in indictment 25 SC 002139, aggravated assault, terroristic threats, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, simple battery, cruelty to children in the 3rd degree. There are 2 counts, and possession of a firearm by a felon. There are also 2 counts in this, Judge, and we'll be moving to null pros the last count.
Okay.
You understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you have the right to plead either guilty or not guilty to these charges? And if you plead not guilty or remain silent, you may receive a jury trial.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had enough time to speak with your lawyer, Attorney Cabrera Demore?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you discussed all the facts and circumstances known to you regarding the charges in your indictments, including any potential defenses?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you need more time to discuss this case with your attorney?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with her services?
Can you repeat that?
Are you satisfied with her services?
Yes, ma'am.
Attorney Cabrera Demore, do you waive formal reading of the indictments and any and all defects therein for the purposes of this plea?
So wait.
Mr. Folk, do you remember having been arrested on both of these cases?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state is unaware of any outstanding warrants related to both of these matters. Attorney, are you aware of any outstanding warrants related to this case?
I'm
Or
not.
both cases?
I'm not.
Mr. Folk, has your attorney advised you of the minimum and maximum sentence for each charge to which you are pleading to today?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I'm going to go over those. So in indictment 25 SC 002135, aggravated assault, minimum of 1 year, max of 20 years. Possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, 5 years consecutive. Theft by receiving, minimum 1 year, max 10 years. Theft of services, 12 months. Obstruction of a law enforcement officer, 12 months. Tampering with evidence, 1 year to 3 years. Reckless conduct, 12 months. Possession of a firearm by a felon. And this is your second offense, so it would be 5 years to 10 years. And in indictment 25 SC 002139, aggravated assault again, 1 year to 20 years. Terroristic threats, 1 year to 5 years. Possession of a firearm during a felony, 5 years consecutive. Simple battery, 12 months. Cruelty to children, 12 months. Cruelty to children, 12 months. And possession of a firearm by a felon. Again, this is the second time, so it would be 5 years. Minimum, max 10 years. You understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you understand that today you are entering a non-negotiated plea or a blind plea, and the state will still make a recommendation to the court?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand the court can impose any sentence authorized by law, including a higher sentence than recommended by the state, up to the maximum sentence on each charge?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand if you enter a non-negotiated plea today, you do have the right to withdraw that sentence if you're not in agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you understand that this plea may be used to enhance sentencing on other convictions in this jurisdiction as well as other jurisdictions, including in federal courts?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that if you're not a United States citizen, a guilty plea conviction will affect your immigration status and will result in deportation, just like a conviction at a trial would, and that is true regardless of any advice by your attorney or anyone else?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that by pleading guilty to a felony, if you use, receive, possess, or transport a firearm, or use a firearm in a crime, you'd be guilty of a felony which may carry a sentence from 1 to 15 years in prison.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand there may be other adverse or unfavorable consequences as a result of this guilty plea conviction, just as there would be from a conviction following a trial?
Yes, ma'am.
For example, your guilty plea may affect the right to vote, to hold public office, to serve on a jury, to obtain a passport, to receive, possess, or transport a firearm, or the ability to obtain employment.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you waive any and all defenses, including any mental health defenses, by entering a plea of guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up the following rights? And I'm going to go over 9, then ask you, do you understand, okay?
Yes.
The right to a trial by jury, the right to remain silent and not incriminate yourself, the right to confront witnesses against you, the right to the assistance of counsel hired by you or to court-appointed counsel if you cannot afford an attorney at a trial of your case, the right to the presumption of innocence, the right to testify on your own behalf and to present other evidence, the right to subpoena witnesses and compel the production of evidence, the right to have the charges against you proved beyond a reasonable doubt, and the right to appeal if convicted of these charges after a trial. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
Do you understand that you may have only a limited right to appeal this guilty plea conviction?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you have only 4 years from today for the felony charges and 12 months from today for the misdemeanor charges to file a habeas corpus petition challenging the voluntariness of this guilty plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Has anyone forced you, threatened you, or promised you anything to get you to enter this guilty plea?
No, ma'am.
Is it your decision to waive these rights and enter a guilty plea because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Is your guilty plea freely and voluntarily given with the full knowledge of the charges against you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Your Honor, the state believes at trial the evidence would show in 25 SC 002135 that on July 11, 2023, officers of the Roswell Police Department responded to a complaint by the victim identified as Gustavo Cadenas, who reported through a translator, Ms. Perez, that the victim was sent to 57 Old Holcomb Bridge Road in Roswell, Georgia, in Fulton County for a taxi request. The victim and translator worked for Morelia Taxi. The victim picked up the defendant, later identified as Jaquan Folk, but but he made the request in a different name from the La Quinta Inn. The victim transported the defendant to Crystal's, but he did not have money to pay for it, and the victim agreed to add that amount, which was approximately $9, to his taxi bill. The victim brought the defendant back to La Quinta Inn, where the defendant took the food inside and came back out to be taken to the Citgo gas station. The defendant got back in the vehicle and was driven to the area of North River Tavern, which was the final stop. The victim informed the defendant of the total amount for the services, which was $27 for taxi services and $9 for food, for a total of about $36. The defendant refused to pay. The defendant brandished a firearm and the victim left. The victim reported the incident to police, and they were able to track down the defendant to the La Quinta Inn. Reviewing the surveillance footage, the defendant attempted to flee on foot, but was ultimately tracked down. Officers also observed on security footage the defendant discarding a loaded weapon in the trash can at the hotel lobby near the elevators. The defendant was Mirandized and agreed to speak with police. He stated that he asked the driver for change for a $20 and $5 and was giving 4 $1 bills. So when the driver told him he owed $39, he thought he had already paid for what was lent to him. He admitted to brandishing the gun and stated that he thought his life was in danger. He admitted to throwing away the gun in the trash, and he knew the gun was stolen. He also thought the police were after him because he's a convicted felon and can't have a gun. We have not made any contact with Gustavo Cadenas. We have not spoken with him.
Okay. It wasn't a situation where, not to minimize this at all, but Mr. Folk didn't discharge the firearm or strike anyone with it. It was a, hey, back off, I'm not paying you, and he took off.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. In indictment 25 SC 002139, we believe the evidence will show that on June 17, 2003, officers were dispatched.
2023?
3.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That's
Said
okay.
2003, right?
Yeah.
Okay, 2023.
It's really old.
Big, huge difference. Officers were dispatched to 1005 Summit Springs Drive in Sandy Springs, Georgia, in Fulton County. Upon their arrival, they spoke with one of, I believe, 2 victims, Mr. Boris Hall. They also spoke with Zambranique Curry, and a Navario Cullen, who was just a witness. They advised that the defendant, identified as Jaquan Folk, was in the apartment and he had a handgun, and that he pointed the handgun at Miss Curry, Zambranique, and told her that he was going to kill her. Officers also were advised that there was a verbal altercation in the parking lot near the apartment, and that Hall and Cullen, and during that altercation, one of the victims suffered a seizure attack. And during this attack, Mr. Folk had slapped the victim, Mr. Boris Hall, in the face. And so when officers arrived, they tried to make contact with Mr. Folk, but he did not answer the door when they approached apartment 1005. Based on Mr. Folk's cases and a global resolution, the state is recommending 15 years to serve 5 of those years in custody. We're recommending the balance be on probation, that he completed, well, he doesn't need to complete his GED as an associate's, that he forfeit all firearms in both cases, that he have no contact with the victims and stay away from both incident locations. And I will provide that information to Ms. Nelson. The way that we are arriving at the 5 years is 10 years on both aggravated assaults, 5 of that to be served in custody, and then to suspend the 5 years consecutive for the possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony in both cases, if the defendant has completed all the terms and conditions of probation. For all of the misdemeanors, we're recommending just a year to serve, so there's no probation associated with those. And we are also, in lieu of this global resolution, because we also anticipate wrapping up the probation revocation for him to be sentenced to a drug treatment program in custody. In light of all that, we are going to withdraw our recidivist notice that was filed.
Okay.
And nothing further from the state.
Got it. Thank you for that. I was just checking how long he was in on that. Ms. Gordon, hello again.
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you share criminal history information about Mr. Folk, please?
Yes, Your Honor. The defendant has 22 arrest cycles beginning in 2005. The last arrest was July 26 of 2025 from Smyrna, Georgia. Driving while license suspended or revoked. That charge appears to be open. 4 prior felony convictions outside the 10-year period. A 2017 felony conviction from Fulton County, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, and a March 12, 2025 felony conviction, Fulton County, theft by receiving stolen property, fleeing and attempting to elude. 5 years probation on case 23 SC 190121. Nothing further to add, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Cabrera.
Yes, Your Honor. So you know that he went to school, you know he's 37. He does have 7 children, 6 girls, 1 boy. He was the one that asked about drug treatment while in custody. And so I think that should be noted. Most often they're asking for drug treatment for the purposes of not being in custody, to be allowed to be someplace else. But he's asking for him for the ability to receive treatment while he is in custody. He is supported today. They've had an opportunity to speak with one another. My recommendation for the court actually looks a lot like what the state is asking. What the only difference is that I'm asking for the service of 3 years and not 5 years. And that once we reach the part for the probation violation, that he'd be allowed to complete the RSAT program while he's in custody.
Okay, couple questions. One, who is here supporting him?
My mother.
Okay, mom is here. Thank you, mom, for being here. 2, it would be treatment for what? What is it that you think you struggle with?
Marijuana, cocaine, and Percocets.
Okay. How long has that been a struggle? Oh,
I'm sorry, he also was receiving treatment for hypertension and he battles depression.
okay, got it. Do you take medication for either the hypertension or the depression?
Not for depression. I have never been diagnosed, but hypertension, my mom, she gave me like holistic. I take beets and turmeric and,
Okay, but not, which is great, but there's not a doctor who's saying, and also take medicine X.
I was on, I'm trying to remember the name, but amlodipine, but it messes with my manhood, so I stopped taking it, and my mom could get.
You might have fewer kids if you start taking that. You got a lot of kids. How do you support 7 kids?
I work.
What do you do?
Currently at McDonald's I work, and I do other app jobs, like in Insta work or survey merchandise.
Yeah.
And People Ready Job Stack.
Okay. The horticulture degree, I don't see a lot of those. What were you hoping to do with that?
I was hoping to work for like Parks and Recreations. But when I was released, I got into a program called EMAN, and I became a apprentice in carpentry and plumbing.
Okay.
So
you got those skills too?
Yes, sir.
Got it.
But horticulture, I wanted to like trim trees and, bushes, learn, like lawn care, stuff like that.
Okay. So I want to make sure that whatever sentences flow out of this track, I can't sentence Mr. Folk to custodial time in either of the 2 cases we just talked about and have him go to RSAT. Just want to make, because you recommended 5, you recommended 3, and neither of those would work if there's going to be a revocation that will result in getting close to 3 years, because there's the wait to get into RSAT, and then RSAT is 18 to 24 months. But I just wanted to make sure, as we had been having an informal discussion about it, that both sides understood that the sentencing for the two cases that we're primarily here on is probably going to look like, call them LaGrua sentences, where the prison time is on the back end, and that can go away by way of a sentence modification if things go well with RSAT, and then there is some continued time on probation after that, if that makes sense.
I know exactly what they look like.
Yeah, probation doesn't like them, and they're hard to process
Right.
when they're structured that way, but that's what we do. Mr. Folk's mom is raising her hand. I don't know if you want to check with her.
I can go there real quick.
Would you mind putting about the license?
If you send it to me, I can do that. Is it 1,000,000 pages?
No, 6.
Okay.
That's considered a million.
No, I think I can. Mostly it works. Sometimes this printer doesn't work, but if it does, happy to do it.
She just wanted to share her recollection of when his drug issues took place. It's 2006.
Okay, so this is not new, and it's persistent, and it's something for which help would be a good thing. So, Mr. Falk, I find there's a factual basis for both your pleas. It sounds like you are quick to get angry, and you, at least back in 23, and I'll acknowledge this is 2 years ago, hopefully things have gotten better for you, but because you carry a gun, which is illegal for you because you're a felon, sometimes the way you try to resolve your situation is by flashing the gun, playing with the gun, pointing the gun. None of that's okay. Your gun could accidentally go off. You could get even more angry and discharge the gun, or you flash a gun and another guy doesn't flash it. He pulls it out and puts 2 in your head. And that's not a good outcome for the 7 kids you've got. In this day and age, you pull a gun out in a crowded space, you shouldn't think that you're the only one with a gun and the one who's going to control the situation. It's one of the least safe things you could do, other than drinking and driving, which sounds like you did in July of this year. I don't know how to impress upon you the need to leave the guns behind. And sometimes young men in front of me will say, yeah, but you don't understand where I live or the people I hang out with. And I do understand. It's just not an option that you have, especially when you couple it with, I don't know if it's the people in your life or what was going on, but you were too quick to be saying, and here's how we're going to resolve this. And then you show people your gun or you put it in your hand. And that's just going to end in a real bad way for someone you care about. And it could be you, the one that you care about. Heaven forbid, do you spend time with your kids?
Yes, sir.
Heaven forbid, you get, your temper goes and you show someone your gun and they shoot at you and they're bad aim. And then you've got a 4-year-old who's bleeding out in a car seat in your car. We started a trial today in this courthouse of the little girl who got shot near that Wendy's because these tough guys were showing their guns and they fired some and it killed a little girl. I don't think that guy meant to shoot the little girl. I had no beef with the little girl, but you mix guns with anger and hot tempers and maybe a little immaturity and these real tragic things happen. I don't see you as a killer. I don't. But when you're messing around like that, then in a split second, all of a sudden you got a murder charge hanging on you. Like this young man who's going to trial in this building today. So, long sermon, but when I learned you had 7 kids, my heart sank a little bit because these cases make you sound a little reckless. And that recklessness could leave 7 kids without a dad or a dad that they get to know by looking at him through plexiglass in the Department of Corrections because you got 30 years to serve, which is not what's happening today. I'm all about second chances. And when you get through RSAT, you're still going to be young. Your kids are going to still want to see you, and you may be in a position to be there for them in a more consistent way. So I find there's a factual basis for both your pleas, and that your pleas are knowing, meaning you've understood what we talked about, and voluntary. No one forced you into the pleas. Do you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm sentencing you to the pursuant to the Probation Options Management Act. We talked about horticulture. Ms. Cabrera, can someone in my office sign both indictments for you?
Yes.
Ms. Davis?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Folk, is it okay if we electronically sign your name to the indictments? Just
Yes.
indicating you're pleading guilty?
Yes, sir.
So we'll do that. And what I'm gonna do, gotta look at these counts here. Count one, I'm sentencing you to 15 year, no, I guess it has to be 10, to 10 years. I'm gonna talk about how it's structured in a minute. So count one is 10 years. Count two has to be 5 years, and it has to run consecutive to count one. So that is a total of 15 years. It's hard to see here. And I guess I should be clear. This is in indictment 25 SC 002135. So the first of the two indictments. Count one is 10 years. Count two is 5 consecutive. 3 is 5 years concurrent with count one. 4 is 5 years concurrent with count one. 5 is a misdemeanor, so that's 12 months concurrent with count one. 6 is 3 years concurrent with count one. 7 is 12 months concurrent with count one. And 8 is 5 years concurrent with count one. So that all adds up to 15. And the way it's structured is that the first 10 years are on probation. The final 5 years are in custody. But if you get through RSAT and you get a few years of probation under your belt with no arrests or anything like that, then I will modify those 5 years to be suspended. So there's this thing hanging over your head, but that's for good purpose. Because if you get kicked out of RSAT, or you get out and you go back to the way things have been, then all that falls down on you, and it falls down pretty hard. And that would be bad, but that's the consequence of you not turning the corner. It sounds like you want to turn. In your other case, 25 SC 002139, and how did you know Ms. Curry and Mr. Hall?
Mr. Hall was a roommate. His girlfriend let me and my former girlfriend rent a room out of their house.
Got it.
And
So Mr. Hall was a roommate.
Yeah, his girlfriend owned the apartment.
And that's Miss Curry?
No.
Miss Curry's your girlfriend?
No.
Who's Miss Curry?
She was, I guess, like his play aunt. And
that doesn't mean a girlfriend. That means he calls her auntie, but they're not really related.
Yeah, she stays around the neighborhood.
Okay.
Like that.
Got it. So the main guy you knew was Mr. Hall.
Yes,
but his play aunt was around.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Well, getting to that case, which is the case ending in 2139, your sentence is to count one, which is aggravated assault. It's going to sound similar because it's meant to be like the other case. Is 10 years. Count two, 5 years. Those will run concurrently with each other. Count 3 is 5 years. It has to run consecutive to count 1. 4, 5, and 6 are all misdemeanors. They're 12 months concurrent with count 1. And then 7 is 5 years concurrent with count 1, and the state's dismissed count 8. And that'll be structured the same way, where the first 10 years are on probation, and then those final 5 years are 5 years to serve. But hopefully we never get to that. Special condition of probation in both cases is that you forfeit the guns. All that means is you can't now go back to law enforcement and say, hey, those guns that you've got, or gun, however many they seized, I know they got that one from the garbage can. It sounds like you weren't arrested initially for the situation with Mr. Hall. You can't go get that gun. That can be destroyed and it's not yours anymore. And then no contact with any of those folks. And it sounds like that's easy with the cab driver. I don't know if you and Mr. Hall still talk, but don't anymore. We'll leave it at that. Now, what I'd like to do, assuming Ms. Cabrera, you're waiving any due process notice rights that you and Mr. Folk have, is handle the revocation in the case 23 SC 190121. That's the case where there's just shy of 5 years left.
Right.
You ready to go forward with that?
We are, Your Honor.
Okay, so Mr. Folk, as a result of, in that case, the allegation is your new DUI. And so all you're admitting to here is, yep, I got arrested for a DUI and driving with suspended license. Officer Evans?
And there were some special conditions
He hadn't done substance abuse evaluation.
and the defensive driving class.
Okay.
I don't have a record of it.
Okay, but that all fits nicely with the, we're gonna get you some treatment. But there's some technical violations, and then you got arrested for some things while on probation in this other case. And as a result of those violations, I am going to revoke 4 months of your probation in that case, and then add a new special condition that you enter into and complete the DCS RSAT program, which is a custodial treatment program. So you don't get to walk away. The doors are locked on the outside, not on the inside. But that is drug treatment. It will include mental health treatment. So an expert will meet with you, and if medication makes sense with the depression, then that'll be prescribed, see if that helps. So it's holistic. It's not just, hey, you drink or smoke too much, but it's also maybe you're working through some mental health challenges, and let's treat those as well. Because sometimes people self-medicate, and really, if you took the doctor's pill, you wouldn't need the street pill, which is the illegal one and is the one that gets you in trouble. You'll also need to participate in the aftercare, and that aftercare would be a special condition of your probation in your 2 new cases, meaning these gun cases, the old facts, but your new pleas. Okay? Officer Evans, I'm going to try to print that paperwork out right now. Is there anything more you need me to say to handle the revocation piece?
No, I've never heard it to where we would revoke 4 months and then add the RSET on the aftercare. So is that something?
So it's what Ms. Simpson said we should do the last time I did this, so kind of recently. It was revoke enough time that the waiting period can occur, because we were told the wait to get into RSAT for men was like 2.5 months. And so what Ms. Simpson said was revoke more than that. So there's a reason to hold him. So he'll be in custody. He's been revoked. And then the RSAT isn't actually part of the revoked time. It's the special condition. And so it's revoke into RSAT, but the revocation piece is just long enough to cover the waiting period. Now, you're the professional. I'm not in this space. And so if you want to check with someone, or you know that what I just said is the wrong way to do it, then we could revoke more time. But what I was told was revoke more time than is needed to get off the wait list, but have as a special condition, enter into and complete RSAT and aftercare. And of course, he'll get credit for his probation while he's in there, but it's just the special condition.
So the wait time that is provided, the 2.5 months, is an estimate. But it's not guaranteed, and I've been told something else in regards to that, so I could have.
Please, no, do check, because I want this to be the right sentence. And if I need to revoke 2 years, but the 2 years includes the RSAT, we can do that. It's going to have the same good outcome for Mr. Folk. I was told don't do the big number, because you never know, he could get through RSAT sooner, or it may take a little longer depending on how he's doing.
You get the time served upon completion of the RSAT program.
I didn't know you could do that with revocations, but okay, well, why don't you check and see what the expert says?
Thank you.
You bet. We're just trying to get it right.
Sit in that chair over there. Just have a seat.
The Hopkins plea went okay.
It went, it happened. I think I'm gonna end up having to file a motion to modify the conditions of his, the conditions, period.
And the custodial part, they lived up to their,
Yeah, all
okay.
that's gonna happen. The issue was that she, by phone, said that she didn't want him to have contact with his son until the son was 18. And then today she said, period. So what she's saying in essence is, I don't, and that's how the plea went, you know,
But once he's 18, it's the son's call
she made a condition
that no contact ever.
ever in life.
Okay.
And I said, that's not what we talked about, Abby, but I wasn't gonna blow up the whole courtroom.
Right, because that could be modified, yeah.
Right, I said, I'll file a motion to modify that condition. If that young man at 18 wants to converse with his father, then he should be allowed to.
Yeah.
I was like,
But dad will be in custody then anyway.
In custody.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So it's not like he's gonna show up at the front door and say, son, I'm here.
I was just like, I don't, you know, she's like, it's right here. And I said,
I've never met, I don't think I met her. Those emails were interesting.
goodness. I said, oh no, Abby.
She was pressing you.
I mean, like that, I considered her a friend. Until I didn't this weekend. I said, no. But I spoke to Marshall about it as well. And shared what my frustration was. I'm not a fan of the ball hiding. You know, you don't have your hands on somebody, just say so. I'll agree to the continuance because you can file for it. You can go on ahead and request a material witness warrant. I know what the next step is. We don't have to, like, this was a really bad case. It needed to be resolved. The plea was appropriate to be taken, period. No way around that. But I don't believe in playing games with people either. That's what I said. You're gonna play games and we're gonna do this? It did something to my whole day yesterday. To my whole.
I bet. That was your weekend.
Sleep well. So I said, no. But I still rode my bike. That was nice.
Can you give this to Officer Evans when she comes by?
And I still gotta go to Judge Dunaway. You know, they're sending me messages. Posing for you in Dunaway. Are you on your way to Dunaway? They want to know if you're coming down to Dunaway.
We got one more.
I'm coming. I don't know when I'm coming, but I am coming.
I did stalk you. I did call and text.
Do we
right
need
after.
to take Mr. Alford's pulse at the door, or you've talked to him, or?
No,
Matt, you-
okay. Can we bring him to the door and ask him? Because I think he's gonna want to do a non-negotiated plea. He's gonna want to do a non-negotiated plea. It's 15, serve 3. He's going to want me to make a recommendation for all of this probation.
And he's not a recidivist.
He's not.
Yeah.
I think he has 2 priors.
Yeah.
That's all.
That's it.
And they're old, like one is like 10 years ago or something like that.
Hey, Mr. Alford, you can stay right there. I just want to give you an update. We're almost ready for you. Ms. Cabrera was telling me your requests. One was bond hearing. I said, that's not what we're doing today. And the other was maybe a non-negotiated plea. Today's the last day that you could try to enter a plea. And if I sentence you to more than what your lawyer asked for, you can back out. You can say, nah, I was okay with this, but that's too much. I just soon go to trial. You're on our October trial calendar. So 1 month and 1 day from today, you'd be back here saying, yep, I want to go to trial, or maybe you've worked the case out. The only difference after today is that if you enter a plea, you cannot withdraw it if my sentence is not what you want. Does that make sense? Okay. And Ms. Cabrera was saying that you were probably going to want to try this non-negotiated plea today, where Ms. Cabrera argues for what you're asking for, and Ms. Davis, the prosecutor, argues for what the state thinks should happen. And I'm like, all right, I'll do whatever I do. And then you and Ms. Cabrera will have a chance to talk about it. And you can, like I said, back out of it if you want to and say, no, thank you, or say, it's not great, but I'll take it. And then you go forward. Does that work? Okay. We got to wrap up this gentleman's plea, and then we'll get you out here and do that. Okay. All right, I'll see you in just a minute.
Thank you, Judge.
I worry we did the RSAT wrong for these other people.
I don't know. I mean,
It was drug court. It was folks who got terminated from drug court. And yeah, and so drug court didn't work, maybe RSAT will work. And that's how we structured it.
All I want is Thai food. I would like.
Where's a good Thai spot around here?
There's one right up the block on Mitchell. It's called Tide Tate, and it is really good. It's part of South Downtown, the new district that's sort of moving out of Centennial Yards. But if you walk up Mitchell towards Mercedes-Benz, it's on your right, and it's called Tide Tate.
It's on Mitchell.
On Mitchell, you can't miss it. You're just walking along, and there's a coffee shop there now called Spiller Coffee, which I'm not a coffee guy. It's fussy, good. People say it's good coffee. But just before Spiller Coffee is Tide Tate. And you wouldn't think that's Thai.
Right.
It is Thai food, and it's really good.
Okay. Do you like spice?
I do.
Okay. 'Cause
I can
we like it
take
Thai.
the heat.
Okay. Check it
And so
out.
you can get masaman, you can get pad see ew, pad thai, all that kind of stuff. But you could scratch that itch. Just walk down the street.
I'm sure I will, as soon as I get up, it's like.
Yeah, and it's sort of surprising because there's like, this is a restaurant desert right here, unless you go over to
Absolutely.
Broad Street. But for whatever reason, that's the one that's open. They claim they're opening more. They're gonna in
They got the
April.
cute little building over there, they got the nice little walkway and all of that.
They're gonna open up a breakfast all the time place soon, back early. This is all for World Cup. They're all thinking they're gonna make $1 billion from the World Cup.
They'll make a bunch. I mean, people come out.
Then the World Cup's gone,
I went to Fayetteville.
and then it's still downtown.
Trilla. That's where I rode to yesterday. I went to the Trilla Studios to ride. And they were showing like where they're gonna set up their new stadium and all of that. It's gonna be down there.
Yeah.
They're gonna move the stadium. So I was just like, okay. I said, that'd be cute.
Mm-hmm.
I thought, hey, we need things to be cute. Where did all the homeless people go?
They showed up with a bunch of bulldozers and some buses, and they put the people on the buses and threw away all their stuff.
Really?
Thank you, World Cup.
Where did they take? You know, they did the same thing for the Olympics.
Hmm?
They gave them
bus tickets.
Yep, and
Yeah.
said, get out of here.
Yeah.
Please clear the area so that we can have it back for the Olympics.
Yeah.
But I noticed that because all of my friends are not there anymore.
Right. A few have come back.
Yeah.
A few have come back. No
They're across the
tents.
street though. Just
What do you learn, Officer Evans?
Okay, so, of course, again.
You got 4
that
answers.
month is a estimate.
Mm-hmm.
However, it has been even longer than 4 months. That's why before we were doing the revoke 1 year, 2 years, community time served, audit treaty,
Mm-hmm.
However, she said that, it would be better for us to do 6 months.
Mhm.
Okay.
You know, just to kind of make sure that he can get in.
But then it's reduced to time served upon entry into. And then the actual time in RSAT isn't, so I don't revoke 3 years and part of that is RSAT. Revoke enough time that the wait list can run through and he can get in. Okay, all right, got it. And there's your magic list. All right, so back on the record, what we'll do, Mr. Folk, in your 23 SC 190121 is revoke 6 months. That has the added benefit, it won't be the full 6 months. You'll have time. You have to resolve your situation in, is it Gwinnett or Cobb? Cobb. You can't get into RSAT with open charges because they don't let you leave while you're there. They, oh, I got to go to court in Cobb. Well, then you can't do RSAT. But that's a few months you can take care of the Cobb situation. So I'll revoke 6 months, but that 6 months will be reduced to however long the wait list is. If you get off in 3 months, then it's 3 months. If you get off in 4, it's 4. Then you'll be in the RSAT program, and you'll need to complete that and any aftercare. Aftercare is on the outside, so you'll be released, but you'll still get counseling sessions, things like that. That's all part of your probation. And that aftercare will be part of your probation in what I'm calling your 2 gun cases as well. And if you successfully complete RSAT, all that other stuff, your lawyer is going to be reaching out to me saying, could we amend the 2 gun cases to take away the 5 years to serve that is 10 years down the road? Because that's not what you need when you turn 47 to then spend 5 years in prison. But you control that. It's how things go. Anything else, Ms. Cabrera, on behalf of Mr. Folk?
No, Your Honor, this actually is pretty damn good.
Okay. Do you need anything else, Officer Evans?
You have that, PV case number?
I think it's kind of hard to read. Does it end in a PV?
No, it starts with 25 PV. It would be under related cases in the.
Oh, let's look in Odyssey. Okay. Yeah. That I can get you. And Mr. Folk, if you have anything with you that you want to leave with your mom.
I already did.
Okay, like you don't mind that jacket? I don't know that you'll see that jacket again.
It might be cold and down intake, so.
Okay, they let you wear it in intake?
Yes.
Okay, then there you go. It's not showing up there. Let's look at the new case.
Oh, you.
I'm not finding
I'm
it.
in custody, so there wouldn't be.
There wouldn't be a PV number yet. Okay, good, because it wasn't showing up. All right, Deputy Gordon, thank you.
Thank you. Did you want me to wait before I come back here and talk?
Yes.
And Deputy Gordon, you don't need the final dispositions because he's going into custody on the warrant. Good, because those are going to take a while. I want to give Ms. Nelson the time she needs for those. Okay, great.
Going for the RSAT program, once you finish RSAT program, you'll be released and you'll have 6 months after.
Okay.
You're welcome. So it's far less than we thought it would.
Okay.
And Judge, while we're still here, I believe I said one of the victims was Boris Hall. Did I say Ms. Curry's full name for the record?
You did. It was Zebra Neat.
Yes. Okay, thank you. And I emailed that to Ms. Nelson.
Great.
I just wanted to make sure.
We're ready for Mr. Alford whenever you are. Judge Cox just said it was okay. We could do the revocation. Phew.
I don't imagine that starts too many fights. Just can't imagine.
Not with most judges.
So on our ratifications, all that, that. Parents.
Oh, Mr. Alford's connected with Olajuwon Gates.
Yes.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it.
Have a good one. Thank you. Yeah. Yes.
We can ask for all of the, we can, instead of, we're gonna ask for 10 surgery.
He's been asked all of the time to be on probation. He said something about house arrest. When they asked for 15, so 1 year on house arrest.
Are you ready, Ms. Cabrera?
I am, Judge.
Ms. Davis?
I'm ready.
All right. Ms. Rivers, last plea of the day. This is 24 SC 005975, State versus Alford. Mr. Alford is here at the podium with his lawyer, Ms. Cabrera. Ms. Davis is the prosecutor. Mr. Alford, in a moment, Ms. Davis is going to put you under oath and ask you some questions about your rights as a defendant, et cetera. Make sure you answer her questions truthfully and completely, but also please let me know or Ms. Cabrera if you have any questions. Will you do that?
Yes, sir.
And like I told you, I will hear from both sides. And in the end, assuming I accept your plea, I'll pronounce a sentence. If that sentence is different from what Ms. Cabrera asked for, you and she will be able to talk for a little bit to see if you still want to go forward. And you may say, I was hoping for something better, but I'll take this. But you may not. You may say, let's go to trial. And then we'll certainly do that. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Davis.
Oh, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you will give in this matter before the court shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can put your hand down. Please state your true, correct, and legal name.
My name is Wilbur Lee Alford Jr.
Can you spell Wilbur for the record?
WILBUR.
Are you at this time taking or under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or medication?
No, ma'am.
Is there any medication that you normally take that you have not taken today?
No, ma'am.
How old are you and how far have you gone in school?
I'm 38 and I went 10th grade,
And what high school did you attend?
Washington High School.
Are you able to read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a United States citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you're charged with the following offenses in indictment 24 SC 005975, trafficking in methamphetamines, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, obstruction of a law enforcement officer, suspended registration, no insurance, driving while license is suspended or revoked, and possession of a firearm by a felon?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you have the right to plead either guilty or not guilty to these charges? And if you plead not guilty or remain silent, you may receive a jury trial.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had enough time to speak with your lawyer, Attorney Cabrera de Moore, about all the facts and circumstances known to you regarding this indictment, including any potential defenses?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you need more time to discuss this case with your attorney?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with her services?
Yes, ma'am.
Attorney Cabrera de Moore, do you waive formal reading of this indictment and any and all defects therein for the purposes of this plea?
So waived.
Mr. Alford, do you remember having been arrested on these charges?
I got arrested for these charges this year. Yes.
You remember?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, the state's unaware of any outstanding warrants related to these charges. Are you aware of any outstanding warrants?
No.
Mr. Alford, has your attorney advised you the minimum and maximum sentence for each charge to which you're pleading to today? Either way, I'm going to go over it. So you can
Yes.
just say no or yes.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go over it anyway. And I'm gonna do the felonies together, then I'll do the misdemeanors at the end. So trafficking in methamphetamine, minimum 10, max 30. Possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, 5 years consecutive. And possession of a firearm by a felon, 1 year to 10 years. The misdemeanor offenses are max 12 months, and that would be the obstruction charge of a law enforcement officer, driving on a suspended registration, having no insurance on your vehicle, and driving while your license is suspended. Does that make sense? Do
Yes,
you
ma'am.
understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you understand that today you're entering a blind plea or a non-negotiated plea, and the state will make a recommendation to the court?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand the court can impose any sentence authorized by law, including a higher sentence that's recommended by the state, up to the maximum sentence on each charge?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you do have the right today to withdraw your plea if you're not in agreement with the sentence proclaimed by the judge?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that this plea may be used to enhance sentencing on other convictions in this jurisdiction, as well as other jurisdictions, including federal courts?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that if you're not a United States citizen, a guilty plea will affect your immigration status and will result in deportation, just like a conviction at a trial would? And that's true regardless of any advice by your attorney or anyone else.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty to a felony, if you use, receive, possess, or transport a firearm or use a firearm in a crime, you'd be guilty of a felony which can carry a sentence from 1 to 15 years in prison?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand there may be other adverse or unfavorable consequences as a result of this guilty plea conviction, just as there would be from a conviction following a trial?
Yes, ma'am.
For example, your guilty plea may affect the right to vote, to hold public office, to serve on a jury, to obtain a passport, to receive, possess, or transport a firearm, or the ability to obtain employment.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you waive any and all defenses, including any mental health defenses, by entering a plea of guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up the following rights? And I'm going to go over 9 and ask you, do you understand? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
The right to a trial by jury, the right to remain silent and not incriminate yourself, the right to confront witnesses against you, the right to the assistance of counsel hired by you or to court-appointed counsel if you cannot afford an attorney at a trial of your case, the right to the presumption of innocence, the right to testify on your own behalf and to present other evidence, the right to subpoena witnesses and compel the production of evidence, the right to have the charges against you proved beyond a reasonable doubt, and the right to appeal if convicted of these charges after a trial.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you have only a limited right to appeal this guilty plea conviction?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you have only 4 years from today for a felony charge and 12 months from today for a misdemeanor charge to file a habeas corpus petition challenging the voluntariness of this guilty plea?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you plead to the charges in indictment 24 SC 005975 to trafficking in methamphetamines, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, obstruction of a law enforcement officer, suspended registration, no insurance, driving while unlicensed or your license suspended, and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon?
Not guilty.
I'm sorry?
If you're taking a plea, you're entering a guilty plea. If you're doing not guilty, you're going to trial.
What this?
Well, you said you wanted to attempt a non-negotiated plea.
Yeah.
I know in regards to not necessarily all the counts, but in regards to the trafficking charge, he was gonna request to do that under Alford. This is a backpack that's found on the back seat. He's a driver of the vehicle. The other person in the car is a brother, which I think there's a bench warrant for him, but it's his brother's bag.
Okay.
So as it relates to that particular charge, that would be an Alford. He wants to do that because it's in his best interest.
What about the gun? I don't know how many guns, if it was in the backpack or what?
It was under the driver's seat.
Okay.
So my position was Alford on count 1.
Right. And I don't mean to confuse you because your name is Alford, but there is a Supreme Court case called Alford. We're going to call it a best interest plea, just so we don't confuse things. Because you're Mr. Alford, and a best interest plea is simply, hey, I didn't do everything they said, but it's in my best interest to take this plea. Because I could go to trial and jury's going to say, dude, backpack, your car, look at your history, you had a gun under your seat, you ran from the cops, guilty. And you don't want to take that risk, or you may not want to take that risk. And so then you do what we call a best interest plea, where you say, they might prove my guilt, but I'm not saying I did all that stuff. I just want to work my case out.
Right.
Does that describe your situation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Because some of the things, it sounds like you were driving the car, you had a suspended license, you didn't have insurance. That stuff, you're owning that. Like, yeah, man, I didn't have the drugs. That's a different deal.
Right.
But you're willing to plead guilty because it resolves your case. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's how we'll handle it.
Thank you, Judge. Has anyone forced you, threatened you, or promised you anything to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Is it your decision to waive these rights and enter a plea to resolve this matter before the court?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given with the full knowledge of the charges against you?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the state believes at trial the evidence would show that on September 10th, 2024, officers with the Atlanta Police Department conducted a traffic stop at Watley Street and Richmond Avenue on I believe that was a 2002 Mitsubishi Eclipse. The vehicle had a suspended registration and no insurance. Prior to the stop, officers observed the vehicle in a parking lot near the 1700 Lakewood Avenue area, which is a known high crime and drug area. After the officers initiated the traffic stop, both individuals inside the vehicle exited and took off running. Those individuals were later identified as Elijah Gates and Mr. Wilbur Alford. Officers gave them lawful commands to stop and were in uniform with their badge prominently displayed. Officers were able to corner defendant Gates at a fence and take him into custody. They could not locate defendant Alford at that time. However, Mr. Gates positively identified the other individual in the vehicle as being Mr. Alford. When officers returned to the vehicle, they smelled the distinct odor of marijuana. Officers then searched the vehicle and located a backpack on the rear floorboard, locating assortment of drugs, but confirmed by the GBI 29.49 grams of methamphetamine inside the backpack. Also located a handgun underneath the driver's seat. They also recovered scales and baggies that are consistent with the selling of drugs. The state is recommending a sentence of 15 years to serve 3 years in custody, balance on probation, complete his GED or provide proof for him to complete a job skills or training course, and to have, I was going to ask for no contact with the co-defendant, but I believe they're related, so I will withdraw that and to forfeit the firearm.
It was just one gun recovered?
Yes, it was just
Okay,
one gun.
got it. Okay. I follow all that. Boy, it was just over 28 grams. Thank you. Let me hear, please, from Ms. Gordon, and then she'll be done for the day.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defendant has 22 arrest cycles beginning in 2005. Last arrest was March 29th of this year from Atlanta. Possession of marijuana less than an ounce. There's no disposition on that charge, so it may be open. One prior felony conviction outside the 10-year period. A 2015 felony conviction from Fulton County. Possession of MDMA. Nothing further to add, Your Honor.
Thank you. I appreciate your help today. Ms. Cabrera.
Yes, Your Honor. So you heard he's 38 years old. He does have 5 children, 3 of which live with him, ages 14, 16, and 18. Prior to his arrest, he was doing landscaping, working for himself. He had his own business for about 3 years or so. The conditions of probation that the state has asked for, I would be asking for the same things. The difference would be, I'd ask for 15 years to serve 1 year, and that 1 year be house arrest, and that Your Honor allow him to enter his plea as to count 1 under Alford.
Okay. Got it. Mr. Alford, so the other gentleman in the car with you, Mr. Gates, how are you two related?
That's my brother.
Okay, same mom.
Yeah, same mom.
Got it. Is he older or younger?
He older.
He's older.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're saying that the book bag or backpack in the back was his?
When I picked him up, he had booked the backpack.
Okay. All right. So whatever was in there was his, or someone gave it to him. It was not yours.
Right.
Okay. Got it. And then when the police pulled you over, what were you running for?
I ran because I was like, dang, he didn't grab his bag, and I know I ain't had no license.
Got it. So you had an inkling what was in the bag?
No, I don't know what was in the bag.
Oh, you just know he didn't grab it, and you didn't want to be left with it.
Right.
Okay. All right. Thanks, brother. How long had you had your own landscaping business?
3 years. We're going on 3 years. Just under the table, I ride around, cut grass.
Take care of people's yards.
Yeah.
All right. The kids who stay with you, the 18-year-old, done with high school, or is
He just graduated this year.
Great. Where'd he go?
He go to South Atlanta High School.
All right. What's he doing now?
He's basically working at Walmart.
Okay. Good for him. All right. And then the other 2 are at South Atlanta?
Yes, sir.
Who is in the household taking care of them? Because you've been in custody now for 5 months.
My girl.
And is she their mother or just your girlfriend?
No, she their mother.
Okay. So she's taking care of them.
Yes, sir.
Is she working?
Yes, sir.
What does she do?
She work at Emory, like the kitchen. She work in the kitchen at Emory.
Great. All right. Your other 2 kids are older or younger?
No, they're younger.
Younger. And they're with their mom?
Yeah.
1 mom or 2 moms?
1 mom.
1 mom. So 2 kids, 1 place, 3 kids in your household?
Yes, sir.
All right. Any questions about anything?
No, sir.
All right. Well, Mr. Alford, I find there's a factual basis for your plea. I understand why it's a best interest plea as to the backpack. I get that. But all the others kind of land on your lap. I'll accept your plea. And I find that your plea is also knowing and voluntary, meaning you've understood what we talked about and no one's forcing you to enter the plea. Do you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm sentencing you pursuant to the Probation Options Management Act. Ms. Cabrera, can someone in my office sign the indictment for you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Davis?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and it's okay if we electronically sign your name, Mr. Alford, to the indictment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what I am going to do in your case, what did you say the range was for count one?
And
So I'll make sure the math works out.
I have it as 10 years minimum.
Okay. Got it. Then it math does work out. So your sentence on count one is 10 years to serve 2 years with the balance probated. You'll get credit for all the time you've been in. Your sentence for count two has to run consecutive. And I'm going to suspend that. Counts 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 are all misdemeanors. Those will be 12 months to serve. And then the possession of a firearm by a felon is going to be 2 years. That'll run concurrently with count one. So the overall sentence is 15 years to serve 2 years with a balance on probation. The final 5 years are suspended. So it is the 2 years in custody followed by 8 years on probation, and then those last 5 years are suspended. Special condition of probation number one is you forfeit the gun. And number two is that you get your GED if that's not something you do while you're in custody. And then the special condition of your suspended sentence is simply that you obey the laws of Georgia and all the other states and the United States. So there's no supervision when you're on a suspended sentence. And I'll tell you this, Mr. Alford, if you're doing fine on probation, they're going to end your probation a lot before then, and it'll all be a suspended sentence. Just a question of how you're doing when you get out and what you choose to do with yourself and your time. Ms. Cabrera, any questions about that sentence?
No.
Ms. Davis, any questions?
No.
So, Mr. Alford, like I promised you up front, that sentence is a little more than what your lawyer asked for, less than what the state asked for, but more importantly, it's more than what Ms. Cabrera asked for. So I'm gonna let the two of you talk about it, and you may say, that's not a year of house arrest. And so I would just soon go to trial and see what happens with the jury and the evidence and all that. You've got an absolute right to that trial. And we've got a trial calendar coming up in a month. I don't know that a trial will be better for you, but that's something for you and Ms. Cabrera to talk about. Or you can say, I'll go with this plea, start earning my good time. You are 100% parolable. And so Ms. Cabrera can give you her sense of how much time you'd actually do of that time. But that's where I come down based on criminal history, what this was about, et cetera. And I'm gonna let you two talk about it, and then you can pop right back out here and let me know what you want to do, okay?
Okay.
All right. So when are you gonna have a trial in here instead of in all these other places?
I know. Yeah, we're gonna see. I don't know. I don't know about this trial calendar either. I don't know that anything is
Going to it is what I hope we try.
Uh,
That's my oldest one. Yeah. But that's with Ms. Fagan as the defense attorney.
Yeah, I guess that one's going to be kicked to the next calendar.
Why do you say that?
I feel like
She's allowed to practice.
I think we said a couple.
But not anymore. It was reset. It was reset many times with a different lawyer. But she's on it and she's always said ready. And then there was a question of, can you be the lawyer?
Oh, and then that got
But
resolved.
Judge Williams decided that she can practice law. Wow.
Okay,
So let's do it.
Well, I guess how would that work? Is Adam not doing the Miss Turner, Sequoia Turner trial?
Oh, I didn't know that. Is he?
Probably was.
Okay.
I don't know.
I don't know how that'll work. That's interesting. That's good that he's on that.
Yeah.
But how long is that supposed to go?
I thought they were estimating maybe a couple weeks.
Huh, poor guy.
Yeah.
But it's an interesting one. What judge has that?
Farmer.
Okay.
Judge, you're in the technology, I guess, lens. What is going on with the video when we're trying to play on Zoom? Because I will say that was one of the jury's complaints about our case, is that we build up to a moment and it was not playing sound, or it was slow, or
In the trial you just had?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know if you were in here or in earshot, but we had the IT folks here Friday.
I wasn't here. Yes.
Well, I know you weren't here Friday, but I just explained this in this courtroom this morning to someone, but maybe I was telling Ms. Rios. They came in and Mr. Rude from your office played some video so they could see, look, it's laggy and this and that. And then we plugged it in directly into that with like a cable or on a thumb drive, and it's perfect.
So that's what it, okay, I thought that because.
So that's
okay,
what
so
we're
use this.
going to do. Yeah, well, we're gonna get a little USB hub. So if you have it on a thumb drive, you can plug it in there. And then there'll also be a way to plug in an HDMI cable. So it will go from your laptop, HDMI into that, and it'll push it directly to these two monitors. And it was lag-free, good audio, it worked.
Yeah, because apparently my laptop couldn't play any sound for whatever reason. Yeah, and then the trial before that, it was the only one that could play sound and video. So I don't know.
Odd.
Yeah.
Well, thumb drive into there, I think will be.
The magic.
Yeah, but then that means you need to use that keyboard. If you're happy with your own laptop and you've got the HDMI cord, then you just bring your laptop up there and whatever's on your laptop, you push through. But my hope is that for the September calendar, that'll be in place.
Yeah.
The long-term goal is to, at each of the tables, have HDMI ports so that you bring your laptop and plug it in and it pushes to all the devices, which is not very sophisticated, but
you know what? And that may be why, because we were down in like the first trial, we were down in 1D.
Which has all the fancy new equipment.
Okay, and that's what we did actually. It was a HDMI
Yeah.
drag. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
That's,
Makes sense.
and that's what we're trying to do going forward. So Ms. Cabrera, did you and Mr. Alford have an opportunity to speak?
Yes, and he'd like to continue and go forward accepting that.
All right. So Mr. Alford, that'll be your sentence. When you, what county do you live in? Fulton County. So within 48 hours of, I'm gonna let Officer Evans tell you, but you will then be on probation. So within 48 hours of your release, you're gonna need to report to probation. Do you know where their office is in Fulton?
I think by the pretrial convention center.
Exactly. That's the magic building.
So, I wanted to ask one question. So would I be serving 2 years now?
2 years now or here, did you say?
Would I be serving 2 years? Would I have to go to prison? Then when
They can't hold you here beyond, I think, 30 days.
Right. So you'll go into Department of Corrections, and then they'll be doing your parole math. And as long as you're doing well, they'll work that out. And so how does it work? If he's released on parole, then he doesn't report to probation. That's all, he'll already be on DCS supervision.
They'll notify us when he is.
Yeah.
On parole.
But that handoff would occur, I'm gonna make this up, but let's say that Mr. Alford does 7 months and then he's paroled out. So he'll be on parole, but clock ticks, and then we reach that 2-year point. He's done with what would have been the custodial part of his sentence, and then it's probation time. Does parole make the handoff for him to probation?
Yes.
Okay, so you don't need to worry about that. Okay. All right, so that's the plan. All right, thank you, everyone. Appreciate it. Good luck, Mr. Alford.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, Jennifer.
Yeah. Do you want Ms. Nelson to let him know you're on your way?
I'm coming for you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone on the call. Ms. Nelson, if you could let Judge Dunaway's people know Ms. Cabrera is on her way. She may go get Thai food first, but she's on her way. Uh-huh.
I was wondering, I didn't say it in the plea, I was like, I wonder if we're gonna do an Alford plea with Mr. Alford.
Uh.
Yeah, it was.